40 days later, and it's time to reunite our gamers. Welcome to the live reunion of I Love Money Game Over.
Heavenly Father, up above.
If you don't get this shit right, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass.
Go to hell where you belong, you son of a bitch!
Let's go! Whoa! I can't
touch the dishes right now!
Do you want some money? Luckily, I got a game for you that's way too messy.
You look horny as fuck, kids, take a shower!
But don't get too chummy, cause you ain't the only contendee who loves money! The winner of I Love Money will walk away with some illustrious prizes such as a coveted spot in the DH1 Hall of Fame and a cash prize of up to $100,000. Results may vary. So what are we waiting for? Let's bounce some checks. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to I Love Money Season 12. If you missed it, last time on I Love Money, we crowned the winner of Season 12 in a close 6-3 jury vote. Cheyenne took the win against Shelby and became our next inductee into the DH1 Hall of Fame. Now, the season is done, and it's time to get all of the skeletons out of the closet and to address the elephant in the room. I've invited back all of our I Love Money gamers tonight to once and for all settle the score. So before we get into tonight's events, let's reintroduce our gamers. In 19th place, welcome back, Tina. 18th place, we have Javaris. 16th place, Jess R. 15th place, Colin. 14th place, the artist formerly known as Daniel Ryan, Jake. 13th place, Alexis. 12th place, our first juror, he's sure to make you an omelet, it's Brandon.
Hey, yo!
11th place, he was the life of the party, it's Cody. 10th place with her squiddly friend, it's Giraffes. 8th place, the alliance was fake, it's Jarvis. In 7th place, turn up the juice and see what shakes loose, it's Lucy. 6th place, it's Johnny Walker, purple. 5th place, the box star, it's Debbie. 4th place, he's here to get his lick back, it's Julius. 3rd place, she always has a costume up her sleeve, it's Kyra. Our runner-up, Shelby. She hates everyone. We'll see if she actually I don't know. And then our winner, Cheyenne. So we have pretty much everybody here. So as we stated before we started the live tonight, guys, this is your opportunity to get anything off of your chest that you have. Nothing is off the table tonight. Who was targeting who really had each other's back, who started the Foxy 5 Alliance, is Daniel Ryan Jake's real name? All of those answers will finally be answered tonight. So I'm just going to start off this reunion really quick, and we need to check in with our winner. So Cheyenne, you've had a couple of days now to sink in. The check has been able to get cleared and go into your bank account. How are you feeling being the winner of this season?
I feel good. I worked hard, so I put in a lot of time. So yeah, I'm happy.
That's awesome to hear. Shelby, you got all the way to the end of the game, and you were this close to winning, 2 votes shy of getting that crown. How are you feeling 2 days later, losing against Cheyenne?
I'm feeling really good. I'm really happy that Cheyenne took the win.
So a lot of the comments that you were given during the finale was, you should have taken Cheyenne out. You should have taken Cheyenne out. And it seemed like that was something that was echoed amongst everyone in the game. But it seemed like nobody actually wanted to take her out. The only person that I can recall actively targeting Cheyenne at some point in the game was actually Jess R. So Let's
H.
Jess R. So let's pull it back all the way to the captain's challenge. So when Jess R was the captain, her and Lucy had secretly discussed that Cheyenne was the biggest threat in the game, while everyone else had their eyes and ears on Cody as being the biggest threat. It was those two that had it figured out from the jump that you were great socially and no one was going to get rid of you. So I want to ask Lucy and Jess, now that the game is over and you saw Cheyenne win, are you guys surprised to see her win? And why do you think no one wanted to take her out?
Not at all, because Cheyenne's a baddie. And as soon as she came in and won that first comp, I was like, oh, she's here and she's going to fucking win this game. And I am not mad at all that she won this game. She deserves it. She worked hard for it.
Yeah, when Jess was team captain, we figured that my limo, that my team would lose because we had lost the last two. And we knew Cody was going to be on the block automatically because he was team captain. Shelby. We knew Shelby was going to be on the block automatically. And we knew that we could probably, and we talked about this Brandon too. Brandon was down, I believe, to take a shot at Cheyenne. And Jess was like, I'll eliminate Cheyenne. I'll I'll think of something to say to Cody. Cody's still my friend. I'll figure out how to play it off. But yeah, I mean, we knew she was going to win, but that's what happens when you play such an amazing social game. You become impenetrable and nobody can touch you. And that's why I voted for her to win.
Awesome. So I do need to ask the people that had the chance to vote Cheyenne out. There was 4 times that Cheyenne was in the box this season. The first time was under Alexis. And there was a lot of theories as to why Alexis had saved Cheyenne. Alexis, do you want to reveal the reason why you would actually save Cheyenne?
Yeah, so that week was a captain's challenge, and Cheyenne was also captain, and I was captain. And to be honest, I was just scared because it was the 90 challenge, and I was like, fuck, like, I don't think we did good, especially because we got down to 16 and Jess H fucked it up and we had to start all over again. So I was like, fuck, we're gonna lose. So I got really scared and I made a deal with Cheyenne. Like, hey, you're a captain and you don't say my name, I don't say your name. And so I was just like, if you're in the box, I'm not gonna vote you out. And she was like, same, like if I'm paymaster, if you're in the box, I'm not gonna vote you out. So we just kind of made that deal. And I also made that same deal with Shelby. So I was like, well, I just told Shelby, like, hey, you're good with me. So it was like, at the end of the day, I was like, no matter who it was, like, if it was between them two, the third person was going to go home regardless. And that's why Javaris went home. Because I'm a person of my word. And so I told both of those ladies, I'm not going to vote you out. So I'm not going to vote either of them out. So that's why, unfortunately, Javaris had to go.
The next time that Cheyenne found herself in the box was off the heels of winning 3 individual immunities back to back to back. And she was in the box against under Johnny's paymaster. Now, that night, there was a conspiracy to take Cheyenne out. There was a plan to finally get her because this was the night where she wasn't going to be able to compete. Johnny, why did you choose to not vote Cheyenne out?
It's a combination of 2 things. The first one is easy, in that I like Cheyenne as a person, and at that point in time, I had no reason to go after her. But the reason that holds more weight, honestly, had to do with my relationships with both Jarvis and Julius. At that time, the 2 of them were pretty fond of Cheyenne, and I felt if I took her out, I felt like I would betray them too a little bit at that point in time in the game. So that had a lot to weigh into it. After I saved her, I went to both of them and said, hey, I kept her alive. And yeah, there was a conspiracy. I did feel as though people were teeing her up for me to take out. And that was also a way for me to show the boys that I don't do things just because people force me to do it.
And I will say that move on your part from an outsider looking in from just a viewer perspective, would not have been the smartest move, but it actually was the move that got you further in the game, because by not taking Cheyenne out, it hid your allegiances and it kept you off the radar of Jarvis, Cheyenne, and Julius. And that's why they kept you in the game as long as they did, and they trusted you. So the next person that had the opportunity to get rid of you, Cheyenne, was Kyra. Now, Kyra, you kind of talked about this at the finale. So could you go into detail a little bit about your relationship with Cheyenne?
Absolutely. Just a second. All right. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Okay, wait, we're almost there. Okay, all right. No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Okay, so I just want to, Tyler said that this was ballroom, so I'm just gonna get the balls out the way first. But yeah, so I think that Cheyenne and I, we have a good relationship, and I don't think there was any reason for me to actually get rid of her. And I don't think people know that her and I are actually really close, that closer than we seemed off screen. And so yeah, I think it was just a very easy situation for me to decide to keep her. And I think that she's an amazing person. I even told her that in advance. So I'm so sorry. I even told her that in advance. And also, but yeah, there's just no way that I was ever. There was just no way I was even considering to send her home. And also, real quick, I just want to talk about my outfit. Oh, okay. So these are Kraft. So this is Titty Cheese, the Kraft singles, Jake and Nader's with cheese. And then this is also a reference to Brandon. Okay, so Brandon likes to make breakfast. So this is this is Brandon yoked in me right here.
You're my favorite, Kyra.
So this is after Brandon yoked in me, this is right here, and this is actually Tyler's long sausage links. So those are on me. And then Tina said gas grill, but I couldn't do gas grill, so this is a frying pan, and that's the best that we were gonna get. And I'm just gonna eat this bacon, and that's my answer.
Thank you. And obviously Kyra saved Cheyenne a second time. But Shelby, you also had an opportunity to take Cheyenne out. Could you just explain why you didn't take Cheyenne out?
Yeah, because Cheyenne was smart enough to get me in a position where I had to swear my game to her, and that would really test if I was real or not at the end of the day. So all props to Cheyenne for getting me in that position. I did promise her that I would take her to the end. I basically promised her my game, right? So if I were to have taken her out, the whole jury would have been against me anyway, because everyone loves her because she's such a queen. You know what I mean? So all props to Shy for that.
So do you regret the decision, or do you stand by the decision?
No, I don't regret the decision.
Dude, if you had taken Cheyenne, I would have freaking respected that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of her friends probably would have been mad.
I want to poll the jury really quick, because this was something that we had really thought about. So let's say that Shelby votes Cheyenne out. So Cheyenne's eliminated from the game. Kyra still wins the Final Four challenge, because no shade to you, Debbie, but I think Kyra still would have won the Final Four.
Okay. That's okay.
In that situation, Kyra would vote Debbie out. So then we'd be left with a Shelby, Kyra, and Julius final three. Just going based off of that final three challenge, Shelby probably still would have won her way to the final two, and it would have been between Kyra and Julius for that last two spot. So I want to know, in that scenario, let's say that Shelby and Kyra were the final two. How many jurors vote for Shelby to win?
Possibly.
We have 1, 2, and then we have some maybes. So Kyra beats Shelby in the final two. Let's see if Shelby and Julius are the final two. How many of you would have voted for Julius? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So it looks like the jury would have been a little more divided had it been Shelby up against Julius or Shelby up against Kyra, but it still looks like it would have been an upward battle for you, Shelby.
Yes.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
So you asked the people who had a chance to take Cheyenne out and who did not. But it's all about timing. At any point in the game, anyone can go. But here's the difference. And Shelby, since you follow the Celtics, I'll use a basketball reference. If I airball a 3-pointer in the first quarter of the game, people forget about that airball. But with 3 seconds left on the clock, you have the ball and you shoot an airball, everyone remembers that miss. Had you made that 3-pointer in the clutch, had you taken Cheyenne out in the clutch, I believe you would have won. So
that is evil, Johnny. How could you do this to me?
because Dylan asked others who had chances to take her out and who didn't. Those are first quarter mistakes.
Right.
It was clutch time. That's when the magnifying glass was on you. And in my personal opinion, that was your mistake. I believe you could have won and had a big speech to give, and we'd be having a different dialogue. But that's just my personal opinion.
I think that's a really good
references.
point, Johnny. That's an excellent point.
Me too. I agree.
Listen, it happens. I've seen people make the wrong mistake at top 4. I mean, I think of Chantel in her season. Josh had that opening to vote her off at Final 4. He had betrayed everyone that whole season, and then out of nowhere, he was loyal to her, and he didn't take that shot. Because he didn't take that shot, he lost at the Final 3 when he could have possibly gotten to that Final 2 and won. So I wanted to ask as well, because from a production perspective, we feel like this was a really strong Final 2, and Cheyenne honestly deserved her win based on the way that she played, because she probably has one of the strongest games I've seen in this series in a long time. I mean, how many of you wanted to go to the Final 2 with Cheyenne, just on a personal level? You have Cody, Jarvis, Julius, Kyra. That's 4 people. That's
oh wait, I'm sorry. I thought you meant game level, like no one would have beaten her. That's what
still all 4 of them wanted to go to the end with her. That's a really impressive feat out of how many people were in the game. But I do want to know, because it did seem like some of you just did not care for Shelby on a personal level. And I'm the first person to say that if you're a juror, vote how the fuck you want to vote. I am most definitely the first person to vote against someone because I just do not care for them. So out of curiosity, and this is an open forum, did personal weigh into anyone's vote here? And it's okay if it did.
Well, can I say something?
Of course, but everyone has the floor. You don't have to ask.
I don't want to just interrupt. So I am saying kind of personal because like I wasn't at the round table, but I did hear on my exit interview, because Isaiah asked me about it, that Brandon said it was a weak move for Shelby voiding my check. Because everyone said if you were sitting next to me in the Final 2, you would have won, hands down. But you kept telling me, no, I don't think I've heard from people that I wouldn't have had the jury vote. So I'm just curious. So like for me, I think it was a little personal because I think you and I were personal, during the game. And I tried not to be, but, we squashed the beef, but it always was a little bit. And I respect you. I just feel like we obviously didn't really like see eye to eye. So just curious, like if you do think you would have won against me, or if you seriously were not sure based on like what you said.
I was seriously not sure because you had such a good underdog story.
Okay. Because I asked the jury and they all told me you would have won against me.
Yeah.
So, right? I mean, I think she would have, unless they loved my speech, but.
It was looking like, unfortunately, Debbie.
Yeah,
Debbie, I think that people in general, and I'm saying this as a compliment, I think that people in general I think that they underestimate how well you can talk. Mm-hmm. Is essentially, Debbie, there was so much of the game that I really didn't like you, mm-hmm. but I still would talk to you and would want to do what you were talking about. You know what I mean? I just really felt like people underestimated you in that way. I was really sad to hear that was looked at as a weak move because I thought you were a very powerful player in the game.
Well, I take that as a compliment then if you think, I was sorry.
you had to talk to her. You had to talk to Debbie, because if you didn't talk to Debbie, then it was like a whole entire problem. And it was you're against her and you didn't listen to her and you didn't do this and everyone was against that part. And so you had to talk to her. You had to give her time of day, because if you didn't, it could be like portrayed to be something different if you didn't talk to her. And so I always talk to Debbie and I always let her know that, hey, we're good. Debbie, I don't know how many times you had to tell me, we're good. We're good. We're good. And I was like, yeah, we're good. Like, Debbie, there's nothing wrong. Like, we are good.
Well, I think I don't think it's a secret that Debbie sometimes did put her foot in her mouth. And I think this is a great transition to look at a never before seen clip. So early on in the game, there were bounties galore being thrown around. And it was quite the shock when Shelby put a bounty on her own limo mate, Debbie. So let's take a look at how that shook out. Back in the early days.
I've been waiting to see this.
Oh my god, I don't even remember seeing the faces on this. Damn.
Oh, it's taking a second to load.
Oh god.
I was pissed.
This will show you I never came for Debbie.
Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on, I gotta fix it.
I never came for her. I
Yes,
was
I
the
will ask her.
Sense about the move Shelby made. Part of me, it was about the combat.
In this clip, you didn't, but in the other one, you did.
I've got something to say down
It
there.
explains the other
Me
one.
and Debbie talked a lot.
So
Yeah, I talked to Colin a lot.
why
yeah.
would I put it on any of you? If
Not giving you
I don't even. I don't even. Yes.
This was the best part of the game right here. This.
I don't even. They say I don't even. Okay, wait. I want to.
You know, like,
you guys.
I don't know.
Dylan, I need a list of the people from the other thing
I put it in the chat.
in the chat. Okay.
I mean, if there's anyone you want to go after that you feel like
Listen, okay, listen. I need to not hear from you because I heard you're coming after me. So I'm not listening to you right now.
me?
Yes, you.
I don't even know you. We've never even talked. Why the fuck would I come after you? But now
Because we
you're
haven't
starting to
talked.
plant seeds. What?
Because we haven't talked. That's the perfect reason to go after someone, duh.
Guys.
Okay, well,
We all
I
sat
don't
here in
know
the
why
side.
someone
Oh,
would
yeah.
set up
Do
because
this.
you didn't have it
Okay,
there.
listen. I have
Come
my
on.
choice. I'm gonna put it on her. The girl I'm talking to right now.
All right, Shelby, I see where you stand now.
You're placing.
Good,
a-
because you fucking put it that way. You made it that way.
How did I make it that way? I never even spoke to you. So why would I say I'm coming after you? I don't even know you. And you never reached out to me either.
Listen.
And I never even I never tried to ask for your coin counts. I never tried to steal a coin from you. So like I haven't done anything to you, but all right, whatever. Someone's
I
obviously
understand that
making-
you haven't done anything to me. It's the things that you're saying about me to other people. Duh. Not talking to me is the perfect reason to go after me. And I don't give a fuck that I didn't talk to you. You didn't talk to me. I don't really like you in general. So yeah, I'm fucking gonna put this bounty on you.
Okay. All
Okay,
right, game on.
Dylan, I'm putting it on her.
Lost for words. So
They're getting some entertainment tonight, huh?
so I want to know, Shelby, how are you feeling from your perspective and why did you choose to do that?
Well, the context is very important to this whole situation. Any hoodles. I am sad that I spoke to Debbie like that. So Debbie, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
You did not deserve any of that at all. But do I regret putting the bounty on Debbie?
Okay.
No, I don't.
It's okay.
Debbie,
What was
would
the
you-
question, Dylan?
I think you answered it perfectly.
Okay.
Oh, I see Cody has his hand raised.
I just want to give context to that whole entire situation. It's because the night before, Shelby had a whole entire thing with someone on the live about not talking over another person. And it kept on happening with Debbie. And I was like, Debbie, I was like, just quiet down. I was like, she's gonna listen to you. Just don't talk over her. You keep on talking over her. You keep on talking over her. And that's exactly what happened with Shelby. Shelby was like, fuck this shit. Fuck this. I'm putting it on you. The bitch that I'm talking to right now.
All right.
Putting it on you. I was like, whoa.
Do you guys all remember in that one Zoom where I was like, okay, everyone, can I have the floor for a minute? I was like, can everyone please stop talking at one time? Like, that shit got really annoying to me really quick. And I think I just lost my cool for a second, Debbie. So I apologize.
No, it's cool. You've apologized to me in the game. Like, I'm laughing because I'm not pissed anymore. The game's over. So it's actually funny for people to actually watch that weren't on the cast.
Yeah, there was a whole limo meeting the night after.
Oh, yeah.
Little,
you gonna play that too?
a little limo therapy. That would take way too long.
Yeah, way too long.
A little limo therapy session that had happened after that that situation, which maybe that'll be a clip on its own one day. But
with a mediator and everything.
I have it on live, so don't worry. It's my Discord.
Wow.
I have a question,
So-
Dylan. If we're on bounties,
Yes.
who did the lie? I don't know if it was a true bounty, but there was I shouldn't say a lie. There was a story that Janae and I knew each other from before the game. Who did that and why?
I think I know who did it, but I could be remembering wrong. So was it anyone here?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, it was during the bounty time. They were like, "Oh, Johnny and
Okay.
Janae know each other."
I
From...
definitely remember this, but no, it wasn't.
Well,
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
It
I'm-
wasn't
Yeah, I think they were
a honest message.
I'm pretty sure that it was KG because KG had also said the thing that Cheyenne and Cody knew each other.
I was just
Oh, yeah,
gonna.
you guys.
Ah,
He also was the
I
one.
didn't know Cody, so
So
he lied.
the reason why he thought that you and Cody knew each other, it was so funny because you had joined the live like the first night, and I think you were talking to someone else. Like I think you were talking to your friend, but you weren't muted, and you just said out loud, "Oh, I gotta call this word." I'm not gonna say the word on the live. So everyone assumed you were talking about Cody because he was not on the live.
I
So
didn't know I said
KG
that.
went to his whole alliance, and Alexis has probably more context because
Alexis,
he
please,
had to listen
please,
to
spill
this.
the tea.
Yeah. KG guy told me I was tearing the limo apart.
I had to listen to this extensively. Okay. So he just kept going off. And I was just like, okay. And he was just like, yeah, Cody and Cheyenne know each other. How the fuck would they let them be friends and bring them in? Like, that's not fucking fair. Blah, blah, blah. Like, production's cheating. Blah, blah, blah. Like, all this crazy shit. And then I was like, how do you know? And then he was just like, yeah, Cheyenne was like, everybody was waiting on Cody. And Cheyenne goes, oh, let me call this N-word. And he was just like, and me and Janae caught eyes with each other. And we were like, you caught that, I caught that. And then I was just like, I didn't catch that. and was like going off. He was like, production's cheating. Like, they're friends. Like, that's not fair to every game. And I was just like, okay. I just like, at that point, I was just feeding into everything he said because it was either you agree with him or you get screamed. So it was just like,
Yeah, I know that.
I really do wish that I could sit down here and I could play for you guys every single moment. I felt really bad watching KG's allies have to sit on calls with him, basically be screamed at every second. It was like one-on-one on how to get people to despise you. I felt like I was watching the Beauty and the Beast movie when Belle first came to the castle and the Beast was screaming at her all the time. It felt like that. So
Wait, can I ask you a question about KG? Because I only spoke to him a little in the game.
Yeah.
Me? It was with me?
No, I'm just asking in general about KG. To everyone, when you would talk to KG, was he like really intense? Like you had to get on a call now? Like,
Yeah.
even if you're in bed, like I was like, I'm indecent in bed. I don't care. Get on a call now. Get up and get on. I'm like, I got to get dressed. Take the video off, Debbie. Get on a call now. Like, was he like very like, it has to be
Yeah,
right?
we were our limo one day. We were on a call for like 3 hours, just like shooting the shit, and then it ended because I made one comment about a coin, and he just like went off of me for like 10 minutes straight. And it was like a good time, and then so I'm like, okay, my bad.
And you know what? I don't want to talk about people that aren't here, so maybe I shouldn't say.
No,
what-
I'll talk him. I don't care.
Also,
the reason
Debbie
that-
girl,
reason
they're talking shit about us in the internet anyway. So
Debbie, do
we're
it.
not there
Girls,
to
it
defend
was
Did you
ourselves.
see the episode?
They
I was
had,
like,
they had
man,
opportunities to be
They were
here.
mean.
Everyone
This
had an
also
opportunity.
will only make sense to Alexis, but CoinGate was me.
So the reason that night it was like
Nice.
sorry, the reason that night it was like 1 a.m.
I was high.
It was the night that Cody and Kay had that argument with the blindfold event. And when I was asking him about Nashville and stuff, so it was like 1 a.m. And I was like, I'm going to sleep. Like, I'm not, and I was in bed, but I had the phone and I'm like, I'm not dressed. Can we just talk in the morning? No, get on the phone now. Get up out of bed. I'm like, my husband's sleeping. I don't care. Go in the other room. I'm like, all right. Let me he's like, take the video off. I'm like, all right. So I talked to him at 1 a.m. He had to talk to me now to make sure that I was on his side to target Cody. That's why he wanted to talk to me at 1 a.m.
No, okay, so Debbie, literally, because I'm on the West Coast, like majority of you guys are all on the East Coast, so there's a 3-hour difference between us. So I wake up at like 9 o'clock my time, which is like noon for you guys, right? And as soon as I would wake up, like KG would be, I'd be like, "Good morning." You'd be like, "Start call." I'm like, dude, like I'm literally dead. Like, fucking lax. And then at one point, like when Brandon left, and like we were like kind of separated and stuff. We started our own chat without Brandon because he's like, I don't fucking trust Brandon.
Right.
That got even worse because he was just on call 24 fucking 7. And literally, like, I think I've mentioned this, but like, my leaving the house and I was like, bye. And he yelled at me for saying goodbye to my sister. Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
Well,
and then he kept telling me I'm with Jake, and he kept yelling at me.
I
"You're
want to give context because I also see someone in the comments saying that he was cool and he just doesn't like bullshit. So if there is one video that I can play of how he treated people, I need to show you guys his reaction to me and to Chantel.
Yes.
Now I'm going to try my best to not play this entire clip. And I want everyone to keep in mind that while this call was happening, so this is the live update. So KG and Miles had broken the rules because we explicitly said to you guys, which I have the screenshot, we said the rules, if you tell anyone any details about the comp, you will be disqualified and up for elimination. The reason was that there was a twist where there was only one winner on each team. And I didn't want other teams to know that because it could affect the voting for the weakest link challenge. And I played the audio of what they said. I only played what they said. I didn't say that Alexis was on the call with them. And they were angry because they felt like they were humiliated. So I was driving to the gym. Chantel answers the call with KG when he's already yelling at other people. I get a live update in the prod chat. Like I get a phone call from Isaiah saying he's going off on Chantel right now. You need to step in. So I was like, fuck that. And I ran in. So let's take a look at this argument. I actually have not watched it back since it happened.
I'm gonna take a shot first.
Hyped up the whole season.
Production on no TV show I have ever saw do that shit. Y'all could at least said 2 members from the Tina team messed up the rules, and now Tina team is under penalty and they're under for elimination. And then they could have either found out the 2 after the fact on Sunday. Why would y'all play the recording back? Y'all are fucking messy. Like that, this whole situation is fucked up. Like I thought this was gonna be a fun experience, and I didn't. And then I got happy for Miles. Y'all could have gave me like y'all literally put the whole thing. Yeah, okay, take the rules seriously. I wish Dylan was on this call too. Take the rules seriously. That's fine. But to exploit me, to humiliate me in front of all these fucking people, that is fucking wrong. Like you don't do no shit. Yes, at Dylan. Like the shit was bogus as fuck. You don't do that. Like, y'all could have went a whole nother way. And half of y'all, I know this is not y'all show, it's Dylan's shit, so y'all have to go follow the fucking rules. But it's ways to do this shit. Y'all, I don't know how Miles feel, but it was humiliating to me. Like, what?
Oh, man.
I knew I did.
I'm going to use that. I've been exploited.
Maybe, like, we were thinking, like, maybe I'll get penalized. Not the whole fucking team. This is a confession, so you have any questions?
Okay.
So let's listen to when Chantel tried giving her piece, because Chantel's a lot nicer than I am.
Game where it's messy as fuck. So I don't know. I know this is a confession. So I'm asking you questions for me because that shit was bogus as fuck. And you went to tell Dylan, and then Dylan did that. Like what?
Popcorn.
Popcorn.
Why do I have PTSD looking at his face?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
He literally has a bag of popcorn.
Okay.
AG, go first, you bet.
I'm just doing my job over here. I'm trying to get Dylan on the line, so you could say we.
Oh, you did your job all right. You did your job all right. You did your
The
job all
level
right.
of disrespect.
I mean,
Oh,
you don't have to
man.
get mad at me.
No, I'm just saying you did your job all right. You went to tell Dylan, and y'all got me fucked up for trying to humiliate me in front of everybody. Y'all played the recording too. Like what? This shit is messy as fuck. I thought this was gonna be a fun ass experience. This shit has been messy.
Oh,
Everything
man.
has really just been messy and drama. Every game and every competition don't have to be drama. It really don't. It really don't.
At least he has a fresh fade for his TV time here, so I'm happy for him.
In my opinion. Like I'm not mad at you, Chantel, because I know you hate me. I was different.
So this is when I hopped
got
in
to
the
talk.
call.
Dylan has to jump on here.
Oh, shit.
Dylan has to jump on here because
And mind you, I
told
had to
y'all, let
hold
y'all know
myself
about tomorrow. I
back
think I'm leaving
because
the
I'm
game 'cause
trying to be
that was embarrassing.
the
It
rational,
humiliated me,
not
and I didn't like it. It was messy. I didn't wish it would just didn't like how that went down. I was humiliated. I was super embarrassed. And yes, you guys take the rules
Hate
seriously.
you, April
I did
1st,
get
you
happy with
bitch.
mouth and I slipped up, but I knew it was going to be a penalty.
Thank you,
I did not
Jess, for
know
pointing
it was
that
gonna
out.
be my whole team. I did not know that I was going to get the recording played on me in front of everybody to be embarrassed and humiliated. This shit is fucking messy as fuck. I do not like it. To get good content, every challenge and do not have to be drama and messy shit. I thought this was going to be a good experience for me. And this shit is messy. Y'all could at least said it was two individuals that fucked up on Tina team. They're all got to go down on elimination. Y'all literally played the report. This shit is messy.
So KG.
Yeah,
when
KG,
you
that's
and
my
Miles
name.
were put- So
Oh,
when
no.
you were with Miles, what is everyone gonna think? So what's the point of
Y'all
fighting?
still could have went differently and did it different. You could have just told them a different way. You played the
Well, guess what?
recording.
It's our show. It's
That's,
not
I know, but that's fine, and it's messy as fuck.
KG, did you read the rules? Did you
It's
read
messy
the
as fuck. Wasn't no rules.
Did you read the rules? Yes,
I
there
didn't
was.
ever get them.
Oh,
Chantel
are
was
you-
on the
are
line
you
with me the other
serious?
day. I said I never got no rules.
Definitely, we
I
definitely
never got no fucking rules. This
definitely
shit is messy as fuck, and it's
definitely
messy as
posted
hell,
them
and
in
you
the
could have
chat.
went a different
And
type
we
of way about
definitely
doing that.
explained to you. We definitely, excuse me, we definitely explained to you guys before you did the challenge and when I announced the challenge that if you discussed any part of the challenge with anybody not on your team, that you would be a penalty nominee and your team would be disqualified. Did I not say that to you?
Did you not? Did you tell me you were going to blast the thing in front of everybody, though? Did you tell me you didn't say it like that? You didn't say you were going
I
to.
mean, yeah, they need context for why.
I don't have to. I don't have to.
That shit is messy.
That should be a given, though.
To get good content, you don't have to be messy.
That should be a given, though.
YouTube's not seeing this. YouTube is not seeing this. This is not
I'm
on
just saying to have good content.
No,
it doesn't have to
Oh,
be drama.
YouTube's not seeing this. That one didn't age so well.
think, KG, what do you think is better content, quote unquote? You guys have
saying all of it is good content.
Hold on,
Dylan, all of it is good content.
I'm not finished.
But it doesn't
I'm
have
not
to be
finished.
Good. It doesn't have to be
I'm
drama
not
all the
finished.
time.
You're
messy.
You're
Let
me finish speaking. Okay, I don't give a fuck if I'm
And then
messy.
you're gonna let
I
me
don't give a
speak.
fuck.
Once you speak, then I'ma speak.
Thank you. Okay. What's better, quote unquote, content? Me letting you guys vote for people to go into the bottom so you actually have to play the game and reveal who you're aligned with and who you're targeting, or me putting two people on the bottom for cheating?
Lucy could let her back in.
I didn't cheat.
I'm not done. Yes, you did. You broke the fucking rules.
Oh, girl.
Said you revealed that Miles won the
Did y'all just notice how he was trying to call me girl when he had said I was disrespectful the first episode? I just did that.
Don't fucking talk to me like I'm your fucking child or like I'm
Okay,
your
so
fucking
how are you
boyfriend,
talking
because
to
I'm
me?
not.
How are you talking
I'm
to me?
not. I'm not.
Not
I
for
fucking
Yes, you are.
Real,
Yes, you
real
are. You're
fucking
speaking
life,
at my
you
production
wouldn't.
members.
Real
You
fucking
are
life,
not
you
going to
wouldn't.
disrespect me
Okay, and I
or
don't
my
have to
production
be. That's
members
fine.
in
I'm
my
okay.
fucking game.
I'm
You're not going to
okay.
do that. You're not gonna
okay
do
with
that.
it.
Oh man.
I'm
You're
okay
not
with
gonna
it.
disrespect
Use
me
what you
in my
need to
game,
use.
and you're not going
Use
to.
what you need to use
I don't
and
win
put
on
it
the
on there, and that's fine.
Cool.
I don't have
You got busted for breaking the rules.
Did your
You're not
thing.
happy about it, and you're not happy
And
about
that's fine
it.
because
So
your
take
bitch
a
ass
day.
is messy.
So
The
take a
shit
day.
is messy.
Cool.
The
I'll
shit
be
is
messy all day.
motherfucking messy. You have
I've
a
had people
motherfucking
call me
messy
messy.
show. Everything don't have to be
Awesome.
fucking
I
messy.
do have a messy show.
You
I have a
live
messy
it
show
is.
that's
It's
been going
messy as
on
fuck because you could have did it a different fucking way. I
you
didn't
have
fucking
no
cheat.
show.
What I did
You
was
have
flip
zero
flop, and I
show.
got happy.
Zero
I
show.
got fucking
I have
happy
a
for
show.
another motherfucking
And this
individual.
is my show that
That's
you've
what the
spent
fuck I
every
did.
waking moment
That's
of
what
your
the
life
fuck I
on.
did.
You have been
That's
on
what the
calls
fuck I
every
did. So
single
don't
hour,
pop
every
your
single
shit
day
because you
for
won't
the
pop it
past
in real life.
24
Don't
hours.
pop your shit because you
Been on
won't pop it
every
in real
single
life.
call
I don't give a
for
fuck.
24
Don't pop your
hours.
shit because
I
you
don't
won't
give
pop
a,
it
you
in real life.
clearly give a
You
fuck.
popping a lot of shit
Yes,
on the
you do
camera.
give a fuck.
You popping
Give a fuck.
bitch.
You
You
give a
like, I
fuck.
knew you
You're
was in
screaming
real
at
life.
me right
You
now.
won't pop that shit. You won't pop your shit in real life. You won't pop that
Oh,
shit
I
in real
won't.
life.
Oh, I
That
You
went down
popping
the
behind
wrong
the
hole.
camera.
check your
You
TVs
popping
next.
behind the
You're
camera.
gonna read the shit out of him.
Your shit is messy. You pop shit behind the
Stop.
camera.
Oh shit.
That's what you
I've
do.
had the
Get
same
his ass.
That's what the fuck you do.
same people
I
tell
don't give a fuck about the same
years.
people.
Cool.
I don't
Well, guess what?
care.
You're on the block.
I hate that you
You know
do.
what?
I don't give a
You
fuck
can leave.
about that.
The
I'm
door
talking
is right
to
there.
you.
I don't need to
about
talk to
nobody
you
else.
anymore. Either leave
I'm
the
talking
game
to
or
you.
accept the
You
punishment.
pop shit
Leave the
behind the
game or
motherfucking
accept the
camera and it
punishment.
was messy.
Leave the
You
game
could have
or
literally
accept
a way about it. You didn't
I
even
don't
tell
need to
nobody.
hear, I don't need to hear anything else from you.
I
I'm
muted
done
him.
yelling. Either leave the game or accept the punishment. It's done. Leave the game or accept the punishment. I'm not screaming with you, okay? I have a sore throat. I have strep throat.
Yeah, so he's out.
Look at this fucking this bitch.
Oh, man.
It is what it is.
Oh god.
Or leave. Production, hop off the call. There's nothing else to talk about. Leave the call. Either he can leave the game or he's on the block.
Yeah, he's. Well, I mean, like flipping off production. Like, I mean, it's a done deal.
Well, and that's why I said end the call, because
Yeah.
that's what I dealt with, and then I was just like, at the end of the day, it's the DH1 network, not the KH1 network, and it's not the MH1 network either.
One network.
It was.
So I have to say, so he was my first pick for my team.
Yes.
And when seeing this behavior from him, I'm actually really shocked because he never talked to me like that. He was never like demeaning or demanding or anything like that. When I had one-on-one conversation with him, he actually cried. So seeing him treat other people like that is like a huge shock to me. I never saw that side of him. He always treated me with respect. So, gosh, I'm really sorry that he was like that with everybody. I never saw that.
So you guys had to let him go on the call right then, obviously right then and there.
So what happened was he called us not happy about what happened, and I have the clip of Miles too, which we will get to that because that happened after the KG situation. I was just rewatching that before the live, and he was basically not happy because he felt humiliated. And the thing that I don't understand is, if we were going to announce that they broke the rules, there was no way that it was not going to be exposed what they did, which is what they did was talk to someone not on their team. And it's like, if you break the rules, I'm sorry, shit's going to happen. It is what it is. You shouldn't have broken the rules, and then maybe your game wouldn't have gotten blown up. You know, there was 20 other people in the game and they all followed the rules. So I said to him, take the punishment or go. And then after we ended that call, I said, you know what? Fuck that. I'm not going to be talked to that way. We just kicked him out. There was no point of dealing with it. So for the viewers and also for all the other org hosts that I know he's trying to get into other games too, that's my warning to all of you, that that's what you're going to have to deal with. And if he's watching, which I guarantee he probably is, just know there is not a single game out there that is going to put up with that. With any other game out there, they would have kicked you off the second you would have started screaming. You wouldn't have even gotten a fight. Because other games do not have as much tolerance for bullshit as we do. So I just wanted to put that warning out there. So does anyone else have anything that they want to add on to him before we move on to the other one and close that chapter as well?
He did send me a really detailed explanation. He private messaged me after this all went down and gave me this big long apology and tried to explain his side of everything. And then I got another side from Miles as well. But clearly they broke the rules. You were very clear with your rules on not discussing it with anyone outside of your team. So now seeing his behavior, I stand behind you 100%, Dylan. You did what you had to do.
And just so you know, Tina, about 5 other people in the game got that exact same message. He and Miles had messaged Alexis. They had messaged, I believe, Brandon, I don't know if they messaged you.
No, KG never spoke to me, but I did talk to Miles before he left.
Janae had
Miles called me.
gotten messages. He got Debbie, Lucy, you two. Yeah, so they had
Miles called me right before, like, I mean, you know, like 10 minutes before, but I never. Oh, KG tried to reach out, but I just ignored it.
KG is still reaching out to Debbie.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, don't let's not. Wow. Yeah, he's not happy with me that
He's got some grief and loss issues.
Game's fucking over.
So we all got a form letter from KG and Miles, basically, right?
Well, I'll say this,
I haven't
had
gotten anything
conversations
from
with
either,
them, but I never had that type of response or attitude that I just saw. So with me, he was cordial, but as you all know, I'm not the most talkative person. So he was all right with me.
Well, Cody.
Same with what Johnny said. Like, he messaged me and like he just told me I was funny and that was it. Like, I never had any like other thing that happened.
Well, after they had both been kicked out the game, they both tried messaging people saying that I'm this awful, evil person, and trying to say all of these things from people that don't like me from my 5, 6 years, 10-year hosting this game. And they tried getting people to leave the game, and they tried manipulating production and telling production that I'm the wrong one, which, by the way, every decision I make, we make as a unit. So it just was really funny to me that they were trying to talk to Chantel individually and be like, oh, I know it's not your fault. Oh, we like you. We just don't like Dylan. And it's like, she feels the same way that I feel. We all felt that exact same way. This was not just me being Banhammer. That was all of us making the decision. I do see Tyler has his hand raised, and then I'll let Cody close it out since he's the one that had the beef with KG. So Tyler and anyone else on production, how did y'all feel about that situation?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I had to say, because I was the one that reached out to KG to have a one-on-one with him, and he preferred to say, we don't know who you are.
Oh, it cut him off. Chantel, Keisha, do you guys have any thoughts?
So the only thing that I have to say is I'm gonna finish what Tyler was trying to say. He did reach out to KG so that we could do a one-on-one with him to get his side of the story. He refused to do it pretty much. And yeah, my thoughts on it is that I'm actually super disappointed in KG because when we did this interview, I had high hopes for him. Like, I thought he was going to do great. And then it was like, we saw a different person in the game. And yeah, it's just unfortunate that it happened that way. Yeah, that's it.
Right, because he seemed like when you first, I think when I first like saw him, like the first day, like he seems like such like a fashion statement, like a cool guy. Like, I don't know, like you get a different perception, right?
Oh, I agree, Debbie. I loved his energy.
Yeah.
And that's why I chose him to be on my team.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a ticking time bomb, right?
I will say this, Tina, he did kind of like a little bit kind of try to blame you for him spilling the beans because he was like, well, Tina didn't pick you. Like, you were supposed to be on our team. So
okay, sorry. Keisha would like to say something. Keisha, go ahead.
Oh, it's fine. My only thing I have to say about when it comes to KG and the ending of his saga was he kept saying, this game's so messy and you guys are so messy. But at the end of the day, he was here for like, 4 or 5 days, and all the drama surrounded around him. So I don't know how us as production or Dylan would cause the drama when every bit of drama that was going on, you were in the center of it. We didn't put you there, you put yourself there. So please don't blame us for your behavior. We cannot control adults. Adults do what they choose to do, And for you to try to say that we're causing drama, I don't appreciate that. And I know none of my production team appreciates that. And I know 100% Dylan doesn't appreciate that because it's not true. You guys cause the drama. I played this game. Drama is caused by what we choose to do, not by what production is supposedly making you doing, because we don't make you do anything. So that's all I had to say about that.
Well said. Well
Can I
said.
mention this again? I think I cut out. Can you hear me, Dylan?
Yes.
Okay. All I want to say is, who's KG? That's all. Bye.
I
Put
do
that
see,
shit on a t-shirt.
I do see Javaris has his hand raised, and then we do have to go to Cody. But the last thing I want to say is that this game has been accused of being messy since I started it. And I think what people fail to realize is that it's messy because I don't cast people that don't have something to bring. And there's a lot of games out there that do that, where they cast people that don't offer anything because they just cast their friends or they just cast other people's friends. I don't do that. You know, we actively search for people that are game players, and everyone here is a game player in your own sense of the way. Even Johnny, who's a more quiet game player, you have something to bring in your own capacity, and it causes the game to be messy. And there has never been a situation where we have been the cause of the messiness, because you guys at the end of the day are the ones that are in control of what happens in the game. We can't tell you what to say. And I said it at the beginning of every season, be careful what you say and be careful what you do, because it always comes back like a boomerang. And I've seen kumbaya seasons of this game where people don't fight at all. I actually don't think there were that many fights this season compared to other ones. So if you want to say that the game is messy, you might want to look in the mirror. So Javaris, I'm going to give you the floor, and then I'm going to give Cody in the floor, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, I definitely do not agree with how KG treated production. I just never really saw that side of him that, like, you know, Alexis and, you know, some of the other players saw. But however, I'm not, you know, discounting what they, you know, went through with him. So it's just a little shocking to me to see, you know, this side of him. So I just hope that moving forward, nobody was, you know, really affected by the things that he has said. And that's it.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame, because I do feel like Alexis and Janae's game, you both suffered a lot because of him. I that was actually a main cause of why Janae had to leave the game, because of the stress that he had put on her. So Cody, you had a really big fight with KG opening up the season. So why don't you close out the topic with him?
So I pointed this out whenever it was my ex interview, and I'm just gonna point it out just in case no one listened to it. I went through a lot in the past 4 years of having to like set boundaries, and everyone kept on saying that in this game is boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. And whenever someone mentioned their boundaries, I respected it because I never thought of the. I love the eye roll, Lucy, but we'll continue on. And so I respected those boundaries. Even at this point right now, I'm like jumping off cam to vape because I'm afraid to offend Lucy, but she eye rolls at me. But we'll continue on. So when KG did what he did, it took me back to a whole entire situation of my ex-husband, of like how he treated me. And I was like, I'm not going to be put back into a situation where someone's going to talk to me in this way, in this manner, and no one did anything to him. And so I'm going to take up for myself. And so Dylan, whenever I saw you confront him and you stand up for yourself, that is exactly how I felt in that time, in that manner. It was like, you're not going to out-talk me. You're not going to out-say anything to me because you're wrong. You cheated and you're wrong. And so Dylan, you stood up and you did what you did. If you also heard in that video, he said girl to you. And the thing about my video, if you go back and listen to it, he said girl to me. And so when I threw a girl at him, he was offended. about me throwing a girl at him. And I was like, well, hold on. What are we doing here at this moment, at this time? So you can use certain words, certain phrases, and I can't use the certain words, certain phrases. No, I'm going to use the certain words, certain phrases that you use. And so if you're offended by that, then that is on you. But I'm going to stand firm on what I'm saying, period. And you're not going to out-talk me. And so however you felt about that conversation, that was me defending myself and protecting my boundaries. Protecting my boundaries. And I'm sorry that it had to be on display for everyone to see. But like, I don't think anyone should ever allow someone to talk to them like that. And so Kyra, the way you defended yourself, I respect that down, because no one should ever make you feel like that, period. Period.
Can I comment, Dylan? And I'm done with the KG.
Yes. Well, do we want to transition to that next?
If you're telling me to stop talking, I'll stop talking.
No, go for it. This is your guys' reading.
All right. Well, I hear Cody talk about respecting boundaries, but I know Jake said, please, please, please stop disrespecting me by my name. And I can't have you sit here and say how you respect boundaries and you can't, how you were a victim, whereas there was a large part of this whole show where you were the antagonist on Jake. The man said, please, 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 and you were consistently disrespecting that man. So for you to sit here now and say, oh, I respect boundaries, I can't buy it, man. I can't have you on that box right now pretending to be innocent of something that you did.
Yeah, I do agree with Johnny on that. Like, I understand what you're saying about Kay, but I do support Jake in that I do. I mean, I think Cody, you might have apologized to Jake in the game, but you definitely wasn't right the way you treated Jake.
Well,
also, the way you treated Debbie.
Yeah, it wasn't right the way you treated me either, but we apologize. He apologized. We got over it. I'm over it. I'm more just sticking up.
I think this is a good transition to take a look back at that clip. So let's take a look at the moment where on the live, Cody had called Jake Daniel Ryan. So let's take a look. Make sure I have it all. Okay. I think I have the right timestamp.
Look back, you'll see that I did not.
Daniel Ryan, whenever we were in our chat 101 and you basically said what you said, and then you
what did I say?
You tried to pin it on Shelby again. And I was like, why are you trying to pin it on her? Because
you were never like that. You agreed with me, Cody. You told me.
My son is on the call and said,
don't give me that. Oh, he planted the idea in my head. You told me straight up, I think it was Shelby. And I was like, yeah, I agree. We were on the same page about that. I'm sorry that you feel the need to blame me for the thing that you told me. So I can't help you there. But if you expect me to just roll over and die and let you take me down, no, I'm sorry. That's just how I am.
Hey, who's driving the limo?
I don't fucking know. I didn't do that either.
Hold on. Let me just say this, Cody. I really want you to think about what you're doing right now, because I don't want you in the chat tomorrow crying about people calling you a bully.
So here's the thing. I want to make sure I say your name right, because my nephew is named Javaris.
I'm Javaris. Okay. Yes, sir.
Right. So my nephew is named Javaris, and it's spelled the same way. And so I want to make sure I say your name correctly. So you said you're Javaris, right?
That's correct.
So I want to make sure that I say your name and I speak it professionally and correctly, because you are important and you deserve to be known as a name.
Then why don't you call me by my name?
Because you're not important.
Yeah, that's messed up. That was messed up.
What was this? Be kind to everybody. That's not nice.
Cody,
But you're not kind to people.
So Who wants to pick it up?
Me.
So
I think
Cody
I've earned
meant
the
he
right to
wasn't
speak
important
first.
in the game, not important in life.
I've earned the right to
Everybody
speak
took
first
it
on
out
this
of
because that's
context.
bullshit.
That's not
Get a shot.
That's
Go ahead.
bullshit. I'll just say it right up. That's bullshit. Right?
Straight up.
Because here's what you did every morning. You guys, no one in chat saw this. Every morning, Cody starts the morning with this positive affirmation shit, and then specifically goes off on me because I'm targeting you in a game, bro. Come on.
A whole ass game for real.
Yeah.
And then you accuse me of not being kind to anyone. Who does anybody here feel I wasn't kind to them? Please raise your hand. Please.
You're
Genuinely.
nice to everyone. Except for Cody.
Cody.
But Cody, calling someone not important, Cody, is
It's bad.
calling someone not important is just not, especially like it's disrespectful, I think.
Hey, so I thought that we actually had this conversation when
We did,
Georgia
I'm
was
just-
on the live. Wait, so when Georgia was on live last time, we had this whole entire conversation. I understood exactly where everything was coming from. Like Georgia like came in and said what she had to say about that's my man, and you know, you don't know what's going on in his personal life and so on and so forth. And that was all discussed last time. And so we squashed that last time. And
No,
so for me,
no.
okay, wait, excuse me. So that's on you guys. So that's on you. That's on you guys. But last time that we were on this conversation, it was I'm done with this, and it was done. Squashed it, period. Let it go. All right. I moved on. Jay got eliminated. I actually tried to so since we're talking about it, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about that one-on-one.
Talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Let's
get
ready to you were drunk.
Actually,
And that's a valid excuse that you were drunk. And then might I add, you make the second excuse that it was because I wasn't gonna be here long. So does that validate that? Does that
Stop.
Tina's
Stop.
name?
Stop.
I'm drunk tonight.
Well, let me say this. Since I related the topic,
Drunk
they
tonight.
may have squashed it. You all may have squashed it, Cody. I revisited it because of what you were saying about respecting boundaries. That's all. It just sounded hypocritical to me. It could be squashed, and that's all I was saying.
To be fair, Cody keeps saying I moved on. He's
Hey,
not
since y'all brought
saying
me
how
into
Jay-
this,
See, it's not squashed because Jay keeps on calling me an asshole on
You
live.
acted like one, bro.
He keeps on calling me
Okay,
an
but calling him an
Since
asshole
y'all
on
brought
live
me
when he doesn't
into
have the
this
chance
shit.
to
allowed to have
defend
feelings
himself,
about this.
I don't think that was the right. I love you, Jake. I love you, Cody. But I just think calling Cody an asshole on the live a little bit there wasn't the best look.
That's
I wasn't
fine.
even there. Like, you
I
don't
took
even
the
know.
Daniel Ryan thing as a joke.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too,
think
until it
I
wasn't,
don't
until
think
it
it
was real, it
meant
wasn't.
to turn into the way it did.
It did.
And I want to give Cody the benefit of the doubt and say that when he said you're not important was just sort of like a thing that wasn't meant to be taken too seriously in the moment.
I like
But
Colin
you know
more.
what, Colin? Colin, things are a joke until someone says,
Until
hey,
that is
this
true.
is no longer a
That is
joke
true.
and you're hurting my feelings.
Felt a certain way. Like,
And when
allowed
they
to have
pointed it out that Cody made him feel away and they pointed out the pronoun, Cody stopped calling him Daniel Ryan. That very moment.
That is
he
true. I
stopped.
was there for that
He
conversation.
We got in the
stopped.
call.
So you
we made
guys
sure we
gotta
got in the
stop.
call and we talked to
But
Cody.
no,
We
but
told
once
him
he
that
goes
shit
on a
was not cool,
soapbox
bro,
and talks
not to
about
keep going.
boundaries,
Yo,
Yo, can I say something real quick?
that's when it becomes an
Go ahead,
issue.
Zay.
High key, there's only like a single hand amount of y'all that could really like be lecturing people. In my opinion, I think a lot of y'all, publicly and privately, everyone had something they had to say. None of y'all are perfect. High key, everybody have their faults. So it's like, look, Cody, you fucked up. Jake, you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Just move on. You feel me?
Yeah, but stay off the soapbox. That's all. That's all
what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I feel you. No, I agree with you. I agree. Like, I mean,
no one's on. That's it. No one's on a soapbox.
what I'm
Johnny.
saying, what I'm saying is,
are you still on a soapbox for real?
all y'all said some shit. You know what I'm saying? None of y'all perfect. So
I'm aware I said
Yeah.
shit. And I don't exactly fully regret calling him an ass because he behaved like one.
And I'd say
I gave you the opportunity. Right after the game ended, I messaged you and I said, hey, let's bury the hatchet. I told you in game that I was not going to forgive you in the context of a game where every single thing you could say could be a lie. I wanted to talk to you man to man away from cameras. I gave you that opportunity. and you left me on red. So I mean, this is what do you want me to do?
Bruh. So Jake, you had every opportunity to present something different. Like, number one, it doesn't matter. Whenever I come to you, if you don't realize that Cheyenne is at the end because she was loyal as fuck to me and I was loyal as fuck to her, and that was our crew.
What? This has nothing to do with the game, my guy.
What are you talking
We're
about?
talking about a whole different thing.
Like, I'm talking about my character, so I'm talking about being loyal. And so whenever I'm talking to you and I talk to you about in the game, like, hey, let's watch this. Hey, we fucked up. Let's just do something different. And you wouldn't allow that to happen. And then you carried it outside of the game. You went and carried it outside the game, and you allowed comments to be had outside the game where other people had to defend me, where I wasn't able to defend myself. And then you want to be like, yo, we can talk afterward. No, bruh, let's talk now. Let's talk now, because that's who I am.
You know-
I'm real.
But you know
I
what,
am-
Cody? You talk about how
Don't influence me when it comes to who I choose to win this game, Jake. You
I
do
didn't
not.
try to, Cody.
Guess what? So guess what? The squashing of our game, the
I
squashing
think
of our
Cheyenne deserved to win fully.
she did.
She
The
earned it.
squashing
In the I must say, in the pre-jury chat, I was calling Cheyenne for a while.
and listen, the squashing of our beef, so you could stop calling me an asshole on YouTube whenever you're in the thing, it would have been great. It would have been great, but you never allowed that because you wanted that wait until after everything was done. No, squash that. Once you left, your name was out of my mouth because you were out of the game. Out of the game. You were done.
Yeah,
So
but you're
you-
still confusing game with you being rude. The man asked you nicely to respect his name. This has nothing to do with how he wanted Cheyenne to win or lose.
Right.
And guess what, Johnny?
Just stop.
Guess
Just
what,
stop.
Johnny? And guess what, Johnny? After, whenever someone pointed out that it's the pronouns, I said, guess what? Let me fix myself. And I went in and did what I needed to do, period.
But you
That
know
was
what?
it.
Here's a period though. Why did it take someone else to convince you when a man just says, "Can you please stop"? Why is that not enough, Cody? That's
By the
all I
way-
gotta say. That should
by
be
the
it.
way,
If a man says or a woman says, "Please stop,"
He's playing,
why should it
he's
take
playing a game.
Janae to
He's
tell
playing a
you
game.
something that everyone else knew already?
I mean, I think Cody, you went a little too
Like,
far.
bro,
Come on, man. Don't
Cody,
preach. Don't
just
preach.
say you was rude and you
You
don't
can't
give
preach.
a fuck. Just say that.
Yeah, you went too far with picking on
Just
Jake.
don't preach. Don't preach about being good in boundaries. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
The main reason, listen, the main reason I called you an ass. I'll give you the reason I called you an ass. Because during our one-on-one, right when you were Invisible Paymaster and you picked me for the one-on-one and you told me this stuff about let's work together and take out the people who don't deserve to be here. I don't know who that was, but you gave me two excuses in there. You gave me two excuses, and I would have been willing to squash it right after. I wouldn't have said a damn thing, but you kept making excuses. And if you apologize and add a but onto it, that doesn't, it erases the apology for me. Because you had came up with the excuses that you were drunk and that you didn't need to know my name because you believed I would go home early. Is that not what you said?
Hey, Dylan, can we bring in the video?
Yes, please. Let's hear it.
Of the
Cody, Invisible Paymaster.
So let me quickly.
Like, I don't want to sit here and say I said something or did not say something and not be
That's
true.
what I remember you saying.
So
No,
that
no,
I don't.
that's like I'm sitting here 100%.
So-
So please just bring it in because
So
I might have
so
said it. I
keep
may not have
talking.
said it.
Let me go quickly. Let me go
Wait,
quickly
was
find
Cody
that.
definitely Cody? Were you 100% you were the Invisible Paymaster?
Yes, Cody was the Invisible
Yes,
Paymaster. He wanted.
I said it like the minute
I
it
think
came
this
out,
is
I was
the.
like,
I
that's the other
someone actually had something that they wanted to reveal, so I think this is a perfect time. So
Yes,
while while I'm getting the clip of Cody and Jake's one-on-one, I think Cheyenne has something she wants to talk to you guys about.
Yeah, Cheyenne, let's go. Who bought me that shit?
Okay, so yeah, I bought Cody that power. So yeah, Lucy, when you were battling for Cody, I was spending that money so you couldn't get that power.
I think so. Wait, were you?
By the way, Shelby, I didn't need the money. I put probably $200 or $300 on it. I got money, girl. But I love money, so I played the
Damn.
fucking game.
Buddy, I love money, but you know what?
Said I didn't need the money. I
Okay.
didn't play the game for the money.
I
either.
also need to give.
I mean, I'm just
to,
saying I didn't play the game for the money. I'm just saying I love money is the name of the game, right? That's
I didn't
play.
no pun intended, but pun intended.
I have to quickly give a shout out to Jess R and Lucy because a pretty significant chunk of this prize money came from those two and their donations throughout the season. So I do want to recognize them and
For
thank you
Johnny.
for them.
Johnny.
And a lot of it was for Johnny, yes, their husband Johnny. So I just wanted to give Lucy and Jess R a shout out for their donations this season.
They were coming against you. They were coming against you.
But wait, when Cody was Invisible Paymaster, did you show your face to Jake or no? Okay.
No, you showed your voice. You didn't come on camera.
Okay.
So you didn't see my face?
So he did.
No,
say
you didn't. No, it was just your voice.
So he did tell you he was targeting me, Giraffes, and Jess H.
Well, he didn't tell me that. I assumed that because of like your association to me.
Right.
I
but
said
why-
that in my exit interview.
But why didn't we deserve to? Right. But why didn't we deserve to be here?
But my question is that did I say that?
You told me in that I want to target the people who don't deserve to be
But
here.
why didn't we deserve to be here? I was fighting hard. Giraffes was fighting hard. Jess H was fighting hard.
Not for you, Cody. Obviously,
Debbie.
that's how Jake felt.
But Debbie, I never said anyone's name.
Oh yeah, he didn't say names. I said it based on who was working with me.
Okay.
Shelby has
I just want to say, Jake and Debbie, I really think you're blowing that comment out of proportion. Even if he did say that, like, I don't know. That's very game context. It's like,
No, whatever.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
very
care.
subjective.
I'm just curious while he's looking for the clip.
I'm just gonna say this because Debbie, you always blow everything out of proportion and you like dig too much into every statement. Like it's too much. I'm sorry to say this, but that's so freaking annoying. Like, oh my god. Like literally
Put it back on.
you're a great
Golden
person.
girl.
You're a great person, but you have so many tendencies that are just so infuriating when it comes to the game. Like I wanted to say this. I didn't get an exit interview, but like I was just like, you don't listen. You just start asking a bunch of questions. Like just stop talking sometimes and just listen. Like it'll be beneficial to you. Sorry, I just had to say.
Alexis, watch out. You might be put on a box.
I mean, Debbie is the reason I went home. So
The game starts again.
You saw I didn't vote for you that time, Alexis.
I mean, nobody was bringing my name up until Debbie brought me up and was like pushing for me. She's like, I was here on vacation. That's good for you. I wanted to take a step away from the game.
You deserve that step away.
Yeah, sorry. Everybody wanted to talk about take your breaks, take your breaks. I take my break and then you want to use it against me? Goodbye.
I will say that was kind of wild watching a bunch of people getting passes for not being able to show up. And then the
Yeah,
one
I gave her a pass. I didn't raise my hand.
you
I
did,
was-
Cheyenne, you did.
I voted for Giraffes because I would feel bad.
It was
about
it was
putting,
kind of it
Jess
was
H
kind of
on.
wild though watching people get passes and then the one night Alexis couldn't be there, y'all just got rid of her. I thought it was kind of funny, to be honest. If I was in the game, I would have seen that and been like, oh, okay, there's people that are well insulated because Jess H didn't show up. No one wanted to vote her in.
Exactly.
I think it was also a really prime showing of how well insulated Lucy was, because Lucy had classes during a lot of the voting. No one wanted to vote her in.
Literally, it was.
I did. I said, get rid of her ass. Get
And
her
it
out of
was
here.
not time to get rid of Lucy.
going against
so
everybody. That's all that was.
Get her out of here. She's out.
It wasn't her time.
That's what I wanted to say is because that was very, very annoying.
If you
that
wanna-
it's 2 episodes because she had work and everybody's like, oh, she's not gonna defend herself. Like, don't vote her in. Like, that's not fair. I miss because I have therapy and then I also on vacation and everybody's like, get rid of her. Like, fuck all you guys, and especially Debbie for bringing me up.
I'm not.
All right, you obviously don't like me either. No problem.
They voted me in twice while I was
I knew you didn't
going
like me,
because
Alexis.
I
It's
didn't
all
go
good.
home.
I did
That's
like
why.
you.
Maybe
Because
one.
there was, like, I liked you up until that point. Like, You wanted to save your ass. I get it. You go into Debbie mode where you're just like gonna throw anybody and everybody under the bus. But it's just like, that's fucked up. Like, I wasn't there to defend myself. You were so okay to be like, Jess H isn't here to defend herself. Let's not put her. But as soon as I'm not there, you're like, let's say Alexis. She's not here. She's not gonna
You tried to quit.
I was defending her.
That is
I was
true.
the only
You did try
person
to
that
quit.
defended
You did
her.
try to quit. So hold on.
And he
I
tried
will
to
say,
defense watching it,
so,
watching it.
number one thing is that I will say that I hated about the whole Cheyenne thing is that all of you were on here talking about, oh my God, Cheyenne's in a movie. She's gonna be in a movie. I can't wait to see it. But then you were so quick to throw her in the bottom. I was like, no, girl. I was like, no, ma'am. You cannot
Cody
see her
saved me with
movie.
the power that I purchased.
You do not get clearance to the movie.
Period.
To throw her in the movie in the bottom. In the box.
It's the movie.
She
called
was
Box.
there filming this shit while you want to throw her in the box.
So I do have the clip of Jake and Cody's little power outing. I've not watched it since it happened, but we can take a look at that.
Let's look.
I'm going
All
to
right, last shot of the night.
hang on. I have my timer on my screen. Good luck.
I'm assuming. So, what do you want? What do you want to talk about?
So I am.
That's Cody.
What is your problem, man?
I don't have a problem with you. It's just this is the best move for my game.
voice. So we talked, and you were like, game respects game, right?
Yeah, I respect you as a player.
Okay, and I respect you as a player. I think that you're playing a little bit too hard. And when I say that, like, can you just be honest with me at this point? Because either you say or you don't. All right.
Yeah.
The bounties, like, did you put a bounty on me, or did you make an anonymous message saying Cody's driving the limo?
No,
Did you put any bounties on me?
no. I've been adamant about it since the beginning. I haven't put any bounties on anyone. The only thing I've done with coins is give one to you and give one to Julius.
Do you know who did?
No, not a single person told me.
So Jake, see, here's the thing with it. It's because, like, you kind of tried to blame Shelby for it, and like that was like your push for Shelby and how I should go against Shelby. And I was just like, nah, at the time me and Shelby were cool. And you guys all tried to blame Shelby for it. And I was just like, no, that's not okay. Because now it's almost like I feel like you did it. And with you pushing Shelby, like when you were pushing Shelby so hard, and then you try to push Alexis, it was almost like take the target off of self. And guess what? That's a great gameplay. Like I'm not even like I would not even say I'm against that gameplay. All right.
Mhm.
Like I think you are making up things or you're starting things to like create havoc, and certain people do that, but I don't think you have to do that. I think havoc is gonna be created, period. It's gonna happen. Like Shelby and Debbie, that was havoc. All right, Shelby, if we got rid of Shelby, Shelby would be great because guess what? She's not out here lying. She's not gonna betray anybody. And so basically,
Period.
get out the mess. And then we would have game players. All right. And the game player I would respect if you just drop the whole Dylan Ryan shit. It was nothing personal. When I was
Dylan
talking,
Ryan.
I can say that I was drunk. It was nothing personal because I was drinking Epsilon tequila. I was on my whole
Using
entire
that tequila.
all right, and that's not an excuse, but I definitely had loose lips and I just said what I fucking wanted to say. It's not personal at all. Like whenever I thought that you were the person creating the lies and coming at me, I was like, you gotta go. Because you're not important. You're not going to be here for much longer. I don't need to remember your name. And that's why I said what I said, is because I don't need to remember your name because you're not going to be here that long. Why bog my mind down with your name over everybody else that I feel like is going to be here longer? And that's what I meant. And I'm sorry that you took it that way because I never want you to feel that way. And I am like when Alexis pointed out what she said, I was like, for real, like it made me think differently. It made me think differently, and it was just like I did fuck up, and I would love to reach out to you, but I know we're still playing a game, and there's no talking to you, and you not thinking that I'm conniving or out here to hurt you. I don't know how much time we have left, but I want to say I saw that you were scared tonight, and like I pushed for you to be down here.
I know.
I want
I knew it was you.
I want to scare you, bro. I want to scare you because I think you need to know that you shouldn't come against me. If anything, we should work together, and we should get out people that don't.
So in short, that was kind of what their combo was. So I guess the only thing that I can clarify from that is Cody was fully going to vote Shelby out had Jake accepted the deal that Cody had proposed to him, which was to stop going after each other. So I guess to kind of just wrap this up so we can move on to other things. Now that the game is over, do you think that you two can put this behind you guys, or
if you want to talk about it after this, I am still willing. But if you don't want it now, then it's not going to happen.
Jake, so one of the things that I don't like to do is go through life like having people who dislike me. And so I'm always willing to squash. Hi, Georgia. You are gorgeous, by the way. I'm always willing to like squash anything that can possibly be squashed, especially since I don't want to be standing on a soapbox whenever I talk about boundaries. I definitely want to respect your boundaries, and I want to make sure that you're okay, because I definitely understand what is going on. So we can talk.
All right. Thank you.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. I will say, if I could just give my opinion on it, I think, Cody, you meant it in a joking way. I think that you were saying it kind of as a joke, but I think Johnny had a good point that everyone can take jokes differently. I think the one thing that you did wrong in the game, and that production was like, Cody, just stop, was every night you would apologize. I think if you had just kind of let it go, let everything subside, and just, kind of taken a back seat a little bit, I really think you would have had an easier time in this game. I really do. I think it was just constantly bringing it back was what was holding you back. But I think that you're genuine when you say that you're sorry about it. And I think that you two just are very strong individuals. I hate using the word alpha because the people that call themselves alphas are not.
Yeah, alpha's not a scientific term, actually. They've disproved that.
But I think you both are just very strong personalities. And when put together, it's not always going to go the best together. There is another thing that we should talk about, though. So once you went to the jury house, you and Lucy got into a bit of a conflict. And I know that Lucy was trying to talk to you when this first had started. So I wanted to properly give her the chance to talk with you and you two to maybe squash whatever you guys have going on. So I wanted to give you guys the floor to talk about that.
Before you talk about Lucy and Cody, I just want to say one thing, because you asked Jake if he placed the bounty on you. He did not place the bounty on you. The person that placed the bounty on you and said that you were running the limo was Lucy.
Sorry, my computer died. What happened?
No, they caught your messy ass up.
Do you want to say that again, Chantal? Lucy just came back in the room.
Okay, so I was just telling Cody when he was talking to Jake as he was Invisible Paymaster, and he asked him, "Did you place the bounty on me?" He said no, because it wasn't Jake,
it was me.
actually Lucy.
It was me, yeah.
It was Lucy the whole time.
Right, Lucy, you was just like messy as fuck and like sneaky the whole game.
You place bounties on people too, Julius. Come
And
on.
I'm not saying I didn't, but I'm just saying, like, overall, like, you was just like full of shit. And then to say that you were
I
jealous
only
of
said I
Kyra, who the fuck is jealous of somebody else's happiness? Like, that was like some.
Maybe you don't know what it's like to be that fucking miserable. And
It doesn't
suffering.
fucking
Let's
matter.
get ready
You
to
hate on somebody else.
Misery loves company, Julius.
Nobody
chill.
likes that
Like,
shit, Lucy.
come
That
on.
shit is not cute or cool at all.
I don't feel like this either. I don't want to be sick, okay?
Well, that ain't got shit to do with us. That ain't got shit to do with us. It didn't have shit to do with Kyra.
Chill. Listen, Kyra's happy still.
Me
Lucy's
and
still
Kyra
not
worked it
happy.
out. Everything
It's
was
Okay,
good.
well, I said what I said.
I said what I said.
I didn't like that. That
Wait,
rubbed
I'm
me the
sorry.
wrong way, Lucy. And I really
I'm-
liked you like earlier in the game. I really liked you, Lucy. I really did.
Well, do we want to segue to that? I was gonna try to get into
Lucy
Cody and
left.
Kyra's situation, but I think
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Cody,
maybe this
Cody and Lucy, not Cody and Kyra.
maybe this is a better time for us to get into Kyra and Lucy's situation. So there was a conflict that had been going on because of the exposure of the Foxy 5 alliance. So Kyra, you were in that alliance, but you didn't really want to be in that alliance. You know, in the words of Jarvis, the alliance was fake. So why don't you give us your side of the story of why you exposed the alliance?
Okay, well, so here, since we're talking about it, so Lucy approached me about the alliance, and then I messaged Brandon about it because I was like, I trusted Brandon, so I was like, Brandon, what do you think about this? And he was like, yeah, he was like, Lucy has been looking out for me when I was in the original car or whatever with her, and so he like trusted her, and I was like, okay, yeah, because I was like, if Brandon's for it, I'm for it. And then I was in the alliance, and then after Brandon got eliminated, I was like, I don't want to be in this anymore. I was only in there for him, and I like, and so it was just like the fact that after like everything like blew up at Giraffe's exit interview, which was iconic, by the way, I love that interview. After that interview happened, it was like yeah, and everyone was like Debbie and like I didn't like Debbie and Lucy were lying, and then like pinning it on Brandon, saying it was Brandon's alliance, and then they were lying about me. I don't care that they were lying about me. I didn't give a crap, but it just really bothered. I know Brandon didn't care because he's not in the game, but it really bothered me that they were spreading lies about him. So I was like, let me blow this up because like to prove that I didn't do anything wrong this whole time. And then so yeah, I added Cheyenne, I added Jarvis, and then Julius was added in there too. And I did what I did, and I do not regret it.
I don't think I ever said anything about Brandon. I just said the alliance was fake. And then
You said it was Brandon's alliance as well.
Kyra.
Just to clear a little bit up,
That was
Lucy
unheard of.
did
No one
come
ever
up with the
does
names for
that
the alliance,
in
but when
org
she said it was my alliance,
I
I was
didn't
all
make
for that
Kyra
alliance. I
add
didn't see
because
anything wrong.
Lucy said that in her exit interview.
I'll
I didn't
take
fucking
ownership
put
for the
that
punks.
idea in Kyra's head. Kyra got her own fucking mind. She
Yeah.
made that shit up herself. I didn't fucking influence shit.
Yeah, I
Kyra.
did that
So
myself. I did that
Brandon,
myself.
because
Tell her
Brandon,
fucking
you were
mind.
there
Never
for.
do that.
I do want to
Never
hear.
do
I do
that.
want to hear from Brandon because Brandon, you were there for the inception of that alliance. So can
Yeah,
you
so-
run through how it came?
Yeah,
to be?
Lucy came to me and she said, I had a good talk with Jess H, and we came up with this alliance, me, you, Giraffes, Debbie, and Kyra. And I was close with Kyra, and like we weren't, we were the only thing we were in together was with Jake and Colin, so I wanted to keep being in something with Kyra. And I said, that works for me because the people I was targeting were not in that alliance. So it was an alliance that made sense for me. I thought that, those were people I could possibly go to the end with. I wanted to go to the end with Debbie and Lucy, and I thought that would make sense. I also wanted to go far with Kyra. I love you, Kyra. It made sense to me. I don't think it was some like vile, disgusting thing. It was an alliance. Like we were just playing the game. I think I probably believed in it more than other people. Lucy bailed on it immediately, and I'm not entirely sure why. But once I was gone, I guess those people, there were some of them who just didn't want to be there or didn't see the point in it. But I only ever just wanted to be in an alliance. I wanted to be in a majority alliance. That was it.
Well, to give context to everyone, because I think Lucy's Wi-Fi went out. So Lucy was playing the entire side of the house. I actually think Jess R, you were too. And I think had
We
you
know
stayed
that
in the
about
game,
Lucy,
had
actually.
you stayed in the game, I actually
That's why I
think
was
that
a
you
hoe.
two, I actually think had you stayed in the game, you two would have been very dangerous together. And
Who, Jess and Lucy?
absolutely.
Yes.
Because
I agree.
40 days
Yes.
later, House of Laganja still thinks that Jess R was going to choose them over Lucy.
I did too. I'm sorry.
Which was not. Which was,
Oh, not over Lucy though. I just thought she was going to be with Cody over me.
so
Number one, stop
with-
doing that.
hold
Because
on.
I said from the jump, I said Lucy should never ever be in House of Laganja, and Jess R pushed for that shit, and I was like, hold on.
You damn right I did. I was like, you were like, we are each gonna have one person, and I was like, I want Lucy. I love Lucy. Period.
y'all can't, and
I
y'all
said
can't
Lucy-
say though, but y'all can't
Lucy was
say though that
not
y'all
it.
weren't loyal to Jess R after she was gone because y'all were.
No, we were.
y'all were deathly wanting Shelby out because she took out Jess R. There was I mean
and she
there
blew
were
up
so
the house of Laganja, and she told Cody's power. It was a lot.
But like,
well, it
said we
wasn't just
bullying
you
her.
guys
I didn't
though.
give her a fucking bully.
It wasn't just y'all though.
It was a lot.
It was a bunch of people that were like Kill Bill on Shelby because she took out Jess R. Johnny was one of them. Debbie, you were on her as well. It was all because she had taken out Jess R. Jess R, you were a very influential player for going home so early, and it was so crazy to say. But Lucy, since you're back, we were talking about how the Foxy 5 Alliance had come to be and with you and Brandon. So I want you to kind of run through where you were in the game at that time, because I think you can paint the picture best for everyone.
Okay, sorry, I just get really emotional. Anyways, about everything. Yeah, so really I mean, I talked about this in my exit interview, but me and Debbie were looking for we're trying to pick a side, and we were so loyal to Johnny and so loyal to Brandon, and those two were like against each other. Like Brandon would mention Johnny's name to me and throw it out and say
he's black. He's black.
That has nothing to not race.
Okay.
Can you
Brandon would be like, Johnny is gonna win this game. He's playing a really good under the radar game. And what do you and Debbie think? Like, and me and Debbie would be like, oh yeah, Johnny's cool. And then we'd like go to each other and be like, oh fuck, our two like closest allies are like have clocked each other. So there was one. So after Shelby eliminated Jess, me and Johnny and Debbie talked and decided the best thing to do would be to align with the old House of Laganja people minus Shelby to take out Shelby. And Johnny tried talking to Cody and they didn't get along, but Johnny was like, it's fine, I'll still vote with him. This is what makes the most sense. And then, so that was the direction we were gonna go. And then me and Cody got into it again and I was like, fuck that, I'm not voting with him, fuck that. This isn't gonna work. And then me and Debbie and Brandon talked about making a group with Kyra and Jess R and Giraffes, because I really, really liked Jess R. And I really liked Giraffes too. I had never talked to Kyra, but Brandon loved Kyra.
You mean Jess H?
Yeah, Jess H. I really liked Jess H. And Brandon loved Kyra. And Jake had just gone home. So we knew Kyra was alone. So it looked like a really good time to get that together. And I brought it up to Brandon as an idea. And Brandon loved it and got super excited and was like, perfect. After one more vote, we'll have the majority. This is perfect. And so then the next day, then when I started talking to them, the next day, Brandon was like, make the group. And I was like, I hate making groups. I don't want to make groups. I don't want to. I'm scared. And Brandon was like, no, you have to. It was your idea. So I made the chat. And as soon as we got in it, they're targeting Johnny. They're targeting Jarvis. I was really close to Jarvis. And me and Debbie are just texting each other like, oh, fuck, this isn't going to work. And so really, I sunk my game by not picking a side soon enough. I didn't pick a side. And the reason, and I've explained, is because I knew how Cody felt about me. I knew I was on the outs because Jess R is my best friend and she was so on the in. And she was telling me all these things that I was being left out of. So I always, even when me and Cody got cool, even when I always felt like I didn't quite fit in with them. And I wasn't.
That's not true, Jet. That's not true.
You was being left
the
out
whole
of
game,
we
Lucy.
were
I
in
vouched
the
for you the
middle.
whole time.
You always went with a majority vote. You never chose.
I vouched for
always
you the
went a
whole
majority.
time,
So
Lucy.
we looked at your
No,
game
I
and we
know,
saw
and
your
I love
game.
both of you. Julius, I love you. It's not, I'm just, these were my insecurities. I'm not saying that I didn't fit in. I'm not saying that is the truth. I'm saying because of my insecurities, I felt like I didn't fit in. I'm not saying that is the actual truth.
And so with your insecurities, and so with your insecurities, so with your insecurities, hey, with your insecurities, Lucy, what you did is you went and attacked me. You kept on saying that I'm manipulative. You kept on saying that I'm controlling. You kept on saying these things that was not what it was over on this side. And we were actually very chill, and you kept on saying these things and you kept on doing these things because of your past relationship, and that was not okay to tie me into your past relationship. It was not okay, and I don't appreciate that at all, because I really tried to fuck with you. No matter what I heard from the outside about you, I still tried to fuck with you. And
I
so
know.
no. And so when you kept on coming at me and you kept on sitting here doing what you did with me, I was like, really, Lucy? Because I wanted to get rid of you a long time ago, but Cheyenne and Julius, they were fighting for you the whole entire time.
While you were
Like,
fighting to get me out.
and I was like,
That's the crazy part.
thank
bro.
you.
And
Thank
so
you.
is the
That's
nature
what
of
I'm
the game.
saying. They were
Because
fighting to get you out, and I'm fighting to get rid of this. Get rid of here. I'm done.
And
I'm
so
done.
is the nature of the
Look,
game, right? Cheyenne was going to win, and me and Jess and Brandon noticed it probably round 3. So yes, Cheyenne was going to win the game. I clocked her. Yes. And you know, and you guys had the winning side, right? I should have picked your side. I should have picked.
You were
guys had
obvious
the
when
winning
you clocked me
I
on
will
the
say
call.
this,
You were like,
Lucy.
"Oh, you're really
I will say
good."
I
You
will
looked
say
at me,
this.
I knew you were clocking me.
I will say this. I can pinpoint exactly where I think your game, the mistake was. It was the round when Brandon went home. Because during that round, when you guys had talked, you had said that you did not want to vote because you knew if you had voted that Cody and the rest of them would be mad at you for a better close relationship with them. Had you guys voted, you guys could have gotten Shelby out. Or honestly, what you should have done is you guys should have mended that relationship with Shelby, used her as a number. I think Jess H was right when she said you guys didn't need to bring her into the alliance, just have her as an outsider. But I think had you guys just kept Brandon in the game, he could have been the one to keep Kyra in the alliance, because
Yeah.
he and Kyra had that tight alliance. And from there, you guys could have dominated. It's just, this game is very different from Big Brother and Survivor. And I think a lot of you guys had that problem. You were playing the game like it was those games. This is a game where you have to take your shot when you can take it.
Yeah.
And if you miss it, it comes back to bite you. So
No, I
Take the
100%
personal-
agree with that. The only, like, Kyra was loyal to Brandon, and that's the only reason she was there.
Mhm.
And because I was playing both sides, I was too afraid to show my hand. And also the alliance, the Foxy 5 alliance, didn't include Johnny. And Johnny was in my long-term plans no matter what. So that was where my allegiances became conflicted because Johnny wasn't there. And I wanted to go all the way to the end with Johnny.
Well, what had happened was though. Well, what had happened was that you and Debbie, after Jess R had gone, you guys were thinking to yourselves, we don't know if we can trust Johnny yet because he was closing himself off to you guys so much. That actually was the one thing, Johnny, that I would say was your downfall. Was you were very closed off to people. And I don't think it was a strategic thing. I think that's just how you are as a person. It takes a while. And that's why I've loved hosting you this season, because I've gotten to see you open up so much. But because you were so closed off from people, they didn't have that trust with you. But the round where you did save them and you had the opportunity to get Lucy or Debbie out, that was the round where they're like, we can really trust Johnny. So I think if you guys brought Johnny in and had that trust all the way, again, you guys probably could have.
If I can take the personal out of it and just talk about the strategy of it for me, I don't have a
Kyra needs to
moral or
talk
ethical
also.
issue with playing both sides.
You guys can go ahead. You guys don't have to raise
do
your
it
hand.
all the time in these games, and I was doing it up until a point until
you.
I felt like it wasn't a viable strategy because I had to show my cards when Shelby blew up the house Laganja, and that's when I went against Cody and Cheyenne. When I kept saying their names, is because I'd already said them, and I felt like they were coming after me. So that night I went home. Yes, I was in favor of that alliance because I saw there was a majority alliance on the other side that was forming between Julius, Cody, and Cheyenne and others, and that if we didn't keep the numbers with us after that point, we would lose the numbers and they would dominate the game, which I said in my exit interview, which is exactly
And
what
that's
happened.
where Cheyenne, it really shows how good of a player you were, because there was many people that were on that side that didn't want to vote against you because they were afraid of losing that relationship with you. So you really were the one that kept that alliance afloat.
Yeah, no, Cheyenne was the heart and soul of that side and probably of this whole game. And that's why I gave her my vote. And I think you're right. Me and Debbie were loyal to Johnny and loyal to Brandon, but Brandon was giving us all this information and Johnny, you know, he's very quiet, which is why we were like zigging and zagging, like, okay, we're with Brandon. No, actually we're with Johnny. But Johnny, he speaks with his actions. And I've been like screwed over in these games so many times that it took me a while to realize that Johnny is everything he says he is. Everything he says he is.
And I understand if you wouldn't trust me fully. I want to apologize to Jess because, like, I did like getting to know you and I did really like you on a personal level, but I saw how great of a game player you are and it scared me. And I knew that I wasn't going to go fully to the end with you. And once you were on the block, I saw that as the one chance that there would be for you to go home. And I took advantage of that. But anything I said to you on a personal level, like, I really did like getting to know you and I really felt good about you for a while. But after I flipped on Cody, you didn't talk to me as much, and I got paranoid that you were closer with Cody and that side than me, and I didn't know which way you were going to go, and if I couldn't trust you 100%, because you were such a good player, it just didn't make sense for me to keep you in the game. I'm sorry.
So I was close with Cody, and that shouldn't have been a threat to you because it was just so early, but I early showed you pictures and shit that I was literally busy that whole weekend, and I could tell that you were starting to flip around, and I follow the loyalty, you know? I love the House of Ganja. Like, you know?
Keisha, Chantel, go ahead.
I'm gonna jump in on that one real quick, Jess. So let's be 100 when it comes to this. I'm talking, hold on.
Cody, can you mute, please?
Hold on, please. So you guys were all up in arms because Shelby took out Jess, but in all actuality, Shelby saved Cody because Jess was going to void his check that night. That was actually
Shelby's check if I got in the paymaster.
That was actually what you told us, though. What you told us was that you were going to void Cody's check because
she felt like she had to because it
you had been going. Because you had been going back and forth with Shelby on trying to stay and have her not vote you out. But the last combo we had with you, your plan was you were going to cut Cody because you said that would have been best for your game at that moment in time.
So I didn't want to cut Cody. I knew that at that point in the game, there were a lot of eyes on Cody. But the reality is that I enjoyed smoking blunts on call with Cody and strategizing with him, Cheyenne, and Julius. And that's fact. And, you know, it was kind of hurtful when the alliance got exposed because kind of just like got in there and I was like, oh, this is awesome. Like, you know, but then that whole thing happened. So my intention was to get Shelby out, but then I didn't win the paymaster, right? So then I had to do what I needed to do to try to get myself off the block. So I knew that Shelby was a smart enough player to be able to think through all these different scenarios of what could happen, who went home with what. I do not think that Brandon really played much of a part in that at all because I think that Shelby's her own individual and makes her own decisions.
100% she is.
So I felt like there was really like, that's why like on the live, I was just kind of like.
All I know is that a half hour before the live, she said she was going to keep you. And then I threw a lot of force behind
But Shelby would have done whatever she felt was right.
100%. She was going to make her own decision 100%.
Other people, which is why she got so far and had such a real chance at winning this game. You know what I mean? So
I do want to say too that there was a lot of scrambling that went on right before that episode. Jess was pounding that pavement to make sure she didn't go home. And Brandon, where I was kind of gagged, was you pitched to Lucy and to Shelby that Jess R needed to go when you guys had been in this alliance. What you did not know was that Shelby,
Dylan, you can't do that. You can't do that.
What Brandon did not know was that Shelby already kind of was going down that route. And once the live had happened, her mind had been changed by Kyra on that live to get rid of Jess because of the deal they had made. So Shelby, I kind of want you to talk a little bit about that vault ceremony or that power outing, because that was actually one of the few times. That was one of the few times that I think the power outing actually
Dylan. You can't do that. You can't
do what?
You
What?
can't. So you cannot sit here and toss to her after someone brings up that she was targeting me.
What?
What do you know? You tried it. It's cute.
You were safe already. We're not talking
No,
about
because she was targeting me, right?
we're not talking about you right now. We're talking about Shelby taking
Wait.
out Jess R. So Shelby, I want you to talk about the power outing because that was actually one of the few times this season that I felt like the power outing actually changed who went home. So why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Okay. I don't remember like every detail. Like I'm gonna say what I do remember, and then production, y'all probably like remember it better than I do. Honestly, I have a really bad memory, but I'm pretty sure that I went into the episode. Who all was in the box? It was Kyra, Jessar, and whom?
Alexis.
Yeah, so Alexis was good with me. Oh yeah, so I really wanted to cause chaos because that's what I like to do, right? So I put in the main chat just like maybe an hour before the episode. Hey, you guys, because I had been hearing people saying that Alexis, like they were gonna take Alexis out. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in the main chat and tell them, you guys, I'm not gonna take Alexis out. I remember something to do with like Colin too. Like Colin had thrown Kyra's name out as something. And so like I was trying to kind of like stoke those flames a little bit. Basically
I
just
did
trying to like
not.
cause chaos on the other side of the house, right? Which it sounds like it did. So then I went into it and I was pretty convinced I was gonna take out Kyra because we hadn't talked that much yet at that game.
I did
But
know
what
that.
I did was I took Kyra in for my one-on-one and I was like, hey Kyra, I really want to get in with you. And thus started a chain of me and Kyra working together when it came in clutch. Production, like please fill in any gaps I may have forgotten.
No, that's pretty much it. You had gone into that because Jess had made that alliance with you and Lucy prior to that live.
And I didn't
make
believe
that
it.
alliance, by the way. I did not. The all girls one.
I just know that Shelby was
Oh.
sending
I
Lucy
brought
and
into an
Jess
alliance
the things
with
I
Shelby
was
and
saying because
right
Lucy told me
before I
exactly
was
what I was
voted out.
saying.
So
And
the
I was
thing
like, oh, all
was is that I went into the night just fully anticipating going with that alliance. But then the deal that I made with Kyra in the box just kind of like outweighed it. There was more depth there for me.
It
Girl, you know
actually
what I'm
was-
curious
it
about?
actually
so,
was-
so I had this wild card thing, right? And I totally
Okay.
like I don't even remember if I forgot about it or if I just figured that it would just piss you off. But I had this advantage that I didn't use where I could steal that 5 minutes. And I thought about it after, and there's a lot of what ifs. If I had done that with you, do you think that would have pissed you off and pushed you away from me more? Or do you think it would have saved me? I'm just curious.
It's hard to say, right? My emotions are a little bit different now than they were then. But there was this kind of like voice in my head, like, well, the voice in my head might have been Brandon, but it was like Jess is like playing, and Brandon never said this to me. This was actually my own independent thought. It was like you were playing like it was like Final Four. Like you were just like
I was
DM
freaking
after
out,
DM
girl.
after voice matches after voice matches after DM after DM and like good strategy. And so I was like, okay, I kind of like what Dylan was saying earlier. Like I have the chance to take the shot. I'm gonna take the shot.
It was
I
also
totally-
you
I thought
also
that
you
was
should
the
give
right
thanks
shot.
to Brandon a little bit because Brandon's campaigning actually was backfiring because all the campaigning was actually making Shelby want to keep you.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I believe it.
That is true. That
no,
is true.
I agree, and I totally respect the shot that you took. I was just so scared because I really honestly didn't even get to see all of what transpired in the HOL chat that caused the whole split to happen. So I was like, fuck, like I feel like I have the least relationship with Shelby out of anybody here. So I'm in some water. That's what I was thinking. So
You thirsty? Look,
I see Jake has his hand raised. I also want to get to Tina and Javaris because they've been waiting very patiently.
True.
So Jake, go ahead.
That vault ceremony was nerve wracking for me, dude.
14.
'Cause I was like, I was in the center of like all the controversy in the season thus far. I was like, shit, they're thinking that I would go up. So I just tried to be like, yeah, no, let me just try and lead the conversation away from that and put it on challenge strength. And it turns out I didn't need to.
Kyra, you don't have to raise your hand. Just say what you got to say.
Yeah, it was just everyone was talking over, and then by the time I was ready to speak, everyone was. Anyways, I want to go back to that last thing with Lucy. I just had to say that her and I did talk before before she messaged me about the alliance, and one of the comments she even said to me was that she appreciated my positive energy and how I was full of joy. And then like she said like yeah, that she really that she enjoyed it, and so I just want to point that out that we actually did have some conversations, and that was a lie. So, anyways, go ahead.
No, Kyra, I think you're awesome. I've never
It's
seen
not a
you
lie.
with
It's
no
a
smile on your
lie.
face.
Both
You
things
always
can
have
be
a
true.
smile.
Contradictions are part of life, okay? So both things can be true at the same time. I appreciated it and admired it, and it also made me envious that I used to have joy like that. So both things can be true. I don't know why that's such a complicated thing for people to understand, that contradictions are a part of life.
No, it was just the fact that you said we didn't speak before, that we'd never spoke before. So there was conversations, and like you and I actually were getting along a lot, and I actually really liked you. And then like you were just like so like nasty towards me, especially on that one Zoom where I was like, what the heck is going on? Like you're arguing with me when I have a cock on my head. I'm like, where is this coming from? But like I just want to say that yeah, I'm over it. But yeah, and like you said that on here that we squashed it, but you dragged me in your exit interview. And I look in the jury chat and you're saying a bunch of crap about me, lying and saying that I talked crap about giraffes. I did not talk crap about giraffes. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
I said you were, oh no, yeah, I made that up. I made that up.
Well, I'm not.
Would
Okay.
you go to
Anyways.
jury?
No, I made that up.
So
Okay. Well,
I
yeah.
think
made it
if we're gonna
Not
talk
made it
about
up.
if we're gonna talk about the Lucy and Kyra situation, and then I do want to get to Tina and Javaris because they've been waiting. Just to be completely specific about what was said in the convo, people were asking during the game. I was not going to say during the game what Lucy had said. That would not have been right. But now that the game is
Well,
over, this was what Lucy had said, and I want to give her a chance to maybe clarify the things that she had said. So after the elimination that night, Lucy was not happy with Kyra because Kyra had blown her game up, basically. So I'm gonna read through what was said, and this is all at 12:55 a.m. to about 1:08 a.m. I'm not mad at you for this is Lucy. I am not mad at you for voting for me. I am just on a lot of steroids, and they make my emotions really strong. If I came across like I was mad, that's not accurate. I am not mad. I don't really think we will work this out, though. I'm open to it. I don't mean to assume, but I just don't see us resolving this. Kyra then said at 1 a.m., get some rest. We will talk about it later. Lucy at 1:05 said, I am not going to sleep because of the steroids. I want to respect your boundaries. I do. But I also have emotions that I want to express, things I want to resolve and address, things you were very deeply involved in. So you don't want to be part of the drama, but you also started the drama. I see that confrontation is hard for you. I imagine that goes back to your family dynamics.
Whoa.
Hold on, let me finish the statement. Maybe you had to keep yourself safe that way by avoiding the conflict. Kyra then responded 2 minutes later saying, I did not. Also, I kind of meant that I prefer to talk to you about it when you're off the steroids or better acquainted with them. If you want to try again tomorrow, that's fine with me, but right now clearly is not a good time. Lucy then responded saying, we don't have to talk, it's fine. And then Kyra said a minute later, and nah, I just never had to argue with someone. I understand you're a therapist, but please don't try to read me, let alone bring my family into it. Lucy then said, I'm just trying to understand your behavior. Kyra then said, Lucy, tomorrow. Lucy then gave a thumbs up. And then that was the end of their conversation until 4 o'clock that same day in the afternoon. Lucy said, you're right. It doesn't make sense for us to talk. We aren't going to resolve this. You can continue to vote for me every round. It's all good. And then Lucy left the conversation. And that was the end of Lucy and Kyra's private chats for the season. So now that it's been put out there, I want to give you both the floor to talk about it. So whichever one of you wants to go ahead.
You start.
Yeah, I can see how you interpreted it as me insulting your family. I'm a family systems therapist. I just interpret behavior. I interpret all human behavior through the family system. every single thing that we do in life, every coping mechanism, every defense mechanism is a result of the ways that we had to survive our childhood and keep ourselves safe in our childhood. Why are you confused by that?
Girl, that has nothing to do with the game.
The game and life the game mirrors life. So the way we behave in the game, yes, often can. But I'm sorry that you probably didn't have the context. You didn't know really anything about my profession so I can see how you interpreted it that way. I was trying to understand why you were so against confrontation, but it was probably just because I was being crazy and roid raged. You know what I mean? But in the moment, I couldn't see it that way. And I was trying, I know a lot of people who avoid confrontation because that's how they survived their childhood. That's all that I meant. I was looking for a point of entry with you where you could say, where you could feel that I saw you enough to repair what had happened. And it obviously didn't work. I don't know why you look so
Hey,
confused.
Lucy, your boob's about to pop out. Lucy,
No, it
your
isn't.
boob's about to pop out.
No, it's not.
It looks like it is.
Oh, it's
how
my
does
insulin
that-
pump.
Okay, well, pump the insulin. Okay, but it's like, how do you go from like just talking about the game to talking about like that just had nothing to do with my personal life? And that's what I want you to understand. Like, I understand that you're a therapist, but I didn't ask you for therapy. You know, you're also a sex therapist. I wanted advice for my legs in the air, I would have asked. But yeah, it's just kind of like, I wish you would have just respected me a little bit in my boundaries. And I even told you, I said, Lucy, let's talk about it later. And you didn't respect that. And that's why things happen the way that they did. And for someone who's talks about like this stuff, I think a lot of times you take like the victim complex and like, yeah, it's just like you blame everyone else for stuff that you involved yourself in. And like, yeah, I now that you're saying that, I understand why you would say that, but it's like, it just has nothing to do with the game. And I think like in the future, I wouldn't recommend like bringing up people's personal lives into a game. Like it's not that serious. It's just a game. It's just $500. Like, but yeah, I wanted to say that.
Anybody who knows me better, that wouldn't have seemed weird to them because they know that is how I think. That is how I'm always processing information. But you didn't know me well enough. And so it did probably sound that way to you. If you I talk to Jess R that way all the time on the phone. And like she just knows that's how I am. That's how I understand things. So
okay,
but
well,
I apologize. I'm sure I was completely unbearable. I'm telling you guys, a lot of it was
So do you
Yeah,
hate just?
that's what
I mean, do you hate on just all
kind
on
of
the low
sound
too?
that way to me too, Lucy. Like no shade. Like it sound like you were jabbing at her upbringing. You don't know nothing about her upbringing. So how dare you even mention her upbringing or her childhood or her coping mechanisms
'Cause
or
that has
anything of that nature? When you guys,
nothing to do
when
with
she's
anything.
just saying at 1 a.m., I don't want to talk about it right now. It's
Right.
fucking 1 a.m. That's like some fucking KG shit. If I don't want to talk to you at 1 a.m., don't fucking talk to me because I'll block you on
Right.
the fucking game. You're not gonna
That's
fucking
why I
tell
left
me.
the chat because
Or
I
people
was
of
so
similar
upset.
backgrounds tend
And
to stick
I was
together.
upset because my game was dying. So I
mean, but your game
upset-
was dying, but her family has nothing to do with your game at all.
I just explained the family comment.
But
I
your
don't
job has
No,
nothing
it
to do with
doesn't
the game
matter.
either.
Don't bring family into the shit, Lucy. You do
I just
not.
think that we
True.
all.
That's-
When I
that's a
told you
threshold
and
that
Bring
Debbie
my
on
daughter.
live,
If you bring
I
my
told you
daughter
and
into
Debbie
this
on live,
shit, I'm
listen, I don't
coming
want
at
to
you
talk about
hard.
it right now.
You
Did you tell me
do not
anything
cross
about my
that threshold.
family? Because I would have been
I agree
fucking
with
pissed.
Cody.
Then
Got Cody
about
and
me?
Jake getting along.
people of
Said
similar
when
backgrounds
you
tend to stick
and
together.
Lucy was talking to me on live saying, "Hey, we didn't target you. The alliance was fake. Whatever." You was, and I was like, "I'll talk to you guys about it later." You guys didn't say shit about my fucking family. Because if you would have mentioned my fucking family, I would have shown you guys another side of me.
I've already apologized for how it came
There was no
across.
reason for me to
You
mention
really didn't though. Like you were just making a bunch of excuses, and none of it was an actual apology. If you would
I
have said,
literally
Kyra,
just said
I'm-
I can see
How it
Okay,
came
but
across
you're
is
making an
one
excuse.
thing.
If you would have said, Kyra, I'm sorry, I would have been like, okay, it's okay, I forgive you. But you're adding a bunch of excuses to it. Like,
Kyra,
You
I'm
also
sorry.
have
Simple
to-
apology.
you also have to
Thank
think-
you.
If you're apologizing for how it came across, you also, when you're saying it, you should also think how they should take it.
How you made her
That's
feel.
all I'm gonna say.
My intentions
As a
were
therapist,
good, but
how
I
do you think it made her
understand that
feel?
well-intentioned people do harmful things all the time. So while my intentions were good, it was still harmful and it still hurt, and I apologize for that.
Your
Okay.
tensions were never good.
I think their tensions
But
were good.
again, though, in
I
the
would never wanna
context
be
of a
involved.
game, that's entirely subjective. At least from my perspective,
I
because I'm a
agree.
fucking preacher.
I think it was
So
just
what do I know?
and that could have gone better. It happened. It's okay. Like
I will say this from watching the entire season all the way through, because stuff like this happened a couple of times. I don't think, Lucy, that you had bad intentions when you were doing these things. I will say though, I think in other games, whether it's with us or other games in general, I would kind of stay away from I'm not going to say diagnosing someone, because you weren't diagnosing, but reading someone like that, because it's one thing when it's in a psychological perspective, because we both study psychology. It's one thing when it's in a psychological perspective, but when you're bringing those issues up with people in a game where they're not, where maybe they're not ready for it, or they haven't shared those things with you, it can come off the way that it did with Kyra. So, but that's why it's important that we talk about these things and we don't just shut the door on it.
Yeah, it works in a context where someone is bearing their heart to you, but when you're in an argument, it obviously didn't work.
Yeah.
Because you assume those things about her. So how could you use that in an argument when it's not even a fact? It's like your assumption about her childhood, her upbringing, her. Like, that's fucked up. That's
It was
purely
really
just
fucked
fucked
up.
up.
It was your whole assumption on everybody.
Well,
Y'all
Cody, you did
analysis
a
on
lot of
everything
stuff
was wrong.
human, right?
Yeah, also,
Like you
it's
said,
like-
her
You're a
family
psychiatrist. You're supposed to
She
be
never.
looking at it.
I heard
assumed-
everything Dylan
You
said. She never
assumed that her
was
family
arguing with
situation was
I
hostile.
made a mistake. I was trying to connect with her, and it
No,
backfired. It was a
terrible way to connect with her. Assuming
Well,
that her
sorry, I'm
family,
human. I think
backfired was the
family
right word.
situation
Lucy,
was
that's some
hostile.
food for thought. Don't connect with anyone like that. It's going to backfire.
And
That
then
is
she's
not
black.
the
And
way.
then
It
she's
doesn't,
black.
It
Wait,
doesn't
wait,
always
wait, 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 wait,
backfire.
wait, wait.
I've
Cody
Wait,
does
wait,
bring
wait,
up a
wait,
good
wait,
point.
wait. And then she's black. And then the thing is that you also jumped on like the live and talked about how certain people shouldn't vote against certain people because they're black.
How everybody voted against me. All white people
people of
voted
similar
against me.
backgrounds.
But
Her
then you,
family
as a white
situation is
woman,
hostile.
said that about a black woman's
Her
upbringing. That's
family
not right.
situation that's hostile. Shut that shit
Yeah,
up.
especially with me being a gay guy, you know.
Get that out of
might
here.
view me
man.
as
Well-
a simp or
Dylan, I'm done. Are we done with this? I'm done.
Oh wait, she's leaving. Over under. Bingo.
I'm not leaving.
Hold on,
Bingo.
y'all. Hold on.
Let her address.
Hold
let
on.
her
Hold
address
on.
this.
Hold on. Hold on.
Give her a chance.
Move on. You
I
gotta
want
talk about it.
herself.
if we're gonna
Even if
we're
she
gonna-
did make a mistake,
if
give
we're
her the
gonna
chance.
talk about it, I think that we should talk about it and get it out the way. And
Yes.
so they're bringing up at a live where you had said, Lucy, that there was things that you were seeing in the game, like patterns of the way people were voting when there were white people that were voting for Cheyenne to go into the bottom. And that had kind of caused a chain reaction of people maybe looking at the game differently and looking at, well, are the white people all working together? Are the black people all working
That's
together?
not true. That's not true.
And I think well, I'm gonna give this to you guys because
So
that was absolutely not what was happening.
here.
That was absolutely not what was
Yo, let me talk.
I'm gonna give you guys the floor for this.
All right, so with that, I don't feel like that was even like a case in the game. It shouldn't have been like a point in the game. I do see where it's brought in, but Dylan didn't even ask Lucy a question pertaining to that, and she brought it up, which I mean, I guess that thought kind of put it in everybody's head. And then on top of that, Brandon went on to talk about people of color, which I don't care to bring up what he said specifically, but that was also another thing. Personally, I don't give a fuck who's racist. Like, I don't look at race at all. I mean, I look at each individual for who they are. So with seeing some of y'all characteristics and the shit that y'all did within the game, that's what made me not fuck with y'all and not want to ride with y'all. Like, that was the only thing. Shit, I rode with Jake.
Y'all
goddamn
was not loyal.
I fucked with Debbie most of the game. I fucked with Johnny the whole game. And I didn't have to say shit. I fucked with Cody and Shaw the whole game. I ain't tell none of y'all shit. And I didn't have to. But the thing, it wasn't about race. I talked to every single one of y'all and got to know y'all for who y'all were.
Can I say something? Because I'm the one that made the comment.
Yeah.
I was I was in another game with Jess R after she got voted out. We made it to Final Four together. So I talked to Jess R a lot while we were still in I Love Money. And after that vault ceremony where all the white people voted for Shy, Jess said to me, dude, I was watching that with my friend and it looked kind of bad. She was like, I mean, and she was like, you realize we talked. I'm like, you're right, dude. No, we all refused to vote for Jess H the round before that because she wasn't there. And then Cheyenne's not there and only white people. So me and Jess just had a conversation about how it looked. I wasn't calling anyone racist, but me and Jess R had that conversation. As a viewer, she told me what she noticed and what her friend who was watching also noticed. And I realized that it wasn't racism. It was just something to be aware of. I just think, and for anybody that says, oh, it's not true and oh, it doesn't matter. I feel like, at least as a white person, to say, oh, it doesn't matter is a thing of, coming from a place of privilege, right? It doesn't matter because it doesn't affect me because I am
I'm not fucking privileged.
I'm not talking
Not
about
you.
I'm just saying.
Her.
I'm saying. I said it doesn't matter. I'm
talking
For
about
me to say, for Jess to have pointed that out to me and me to say, oh, it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to me because it doesn't affect me because I have white skin. So I just felt like, at least let's just notice at least that this is happening. Let's just be aware. Let's not pretend it
It's
isn't.
not true. It wasn't true at all. It wasn't true. People
I'm
of
sorry,
similar
I take extreme offense as where this conversation went. Making this about race or about white skin versus black skin in a game really offends me.
That's your privilege speaking,
Right,
Tina.
that's
No, it's
ignorant.
not my privilege.
This is your
It's me as a
privilege
human
speaking.
That's
being.
ignorant.
Lucy,
It wasn't about
it's me
race.
as a human being associating with everybody else that's playing a fucking game.
But I never called
Okay?
anyone racist. 5 white people raised their hand for
You just
Cheyenne.
said you're privileged because you have white skin.
Yes, we do have privilege because we have white skin.
No, the fuck y'all don't.
we
No, the
don't.
fuck y'all don't.
We do not.
White privilege is still.
He meant in the
No,
world,
they
not
don't.
the game.
I don't
You know what
believe
privilege is? Privilege is working hard every day, earning money, paying your fucking
Oh,
bills.
God.
It doesn't
I don't
matter
wanna
what
talk,
color your
Tina.
skin. Come on, you're a psychologist, right?
Okay, boomer.
No, grow
Whoa,
the fuck
whoa,
up.
whoa.
Lucy.
Go-
You
going
need to
at
go to
someone
school
because of
again.
their
You got
age,
like
that's
missed
not
school.
cool.
You really fucked up.
No, it's her
You're a
antiquated
fucked up
skin mind.
individual. Like, and it's
But
not
that's-
like
Again, though.
you're not sounding logical, and you're a
Fine.
fucking psychiatrist, a therapist.
It's
Girl,
her
like you really need to go back to school.
I
Like,
don't get you at all, Lucy. I really don't. I don't get it.
Right.
You're
What is your
supposed to be-
fucking diagnosis?
You're supposed to be forward thinking and helping people
Bro, I'm
with their
finna hop off
thoughts.
the line.
You
and this
just
is what
said
you
that
have in your
there's no
head.
such thing as white privilege, Tina. I don't want to
It's
talk to
not.
you.
It's not.
Privilege is working hard every day, making a paycheck, and paying your bills.
There's tons
That's
of different kinds of privilege.
It doesn't matter what fucking color you
Socioeconomic,
are.
disability,
This is not
gender,
privilege.
age. There's tons of different kinds of privilege. Race is one. There's many different kinds of privilege.
Okay,
Race
I'm gonna just
and
say
white
this.
skin is just one. It doesn't mean you haven't suffered. It doesn't mean you haven't worked hard. It doesn't mean your life hasn't been hard. It means that there are certain, you don't have to worry about getting shot in the head for wearing a hoodie when you're walking down the street because you're white. You don't have to worry that your kid is going to get shot in the head walking home from school like Trayvon Martin for wearing a fucking hoodie. That is white
I do
privilege.
agree with Lucy on
And
that.
privilege is, having a privilege is the things we don't see because of our privilege.
You know, I definitely agree with Lucy. I'm just gonna say, like, white privilege is definitely a thing. However, I will say, Lucy, back to the comments that you made to Kyra, it definitely seemed a little, you know, to me as a viewer at that point, it seemed racially charged.
Well, this is what I will say. As someone that has hosted this game for 12 years, we started this game back in 2017, and something that I had noticed in the org community, and I still notice, is a lot of games don't cast minorities. They just don't. And there's a lot of things that go behind that. I think part of it is laziness. I think a lot of these hosts that are mostly white, they stick to just casting their friends, so they don't reach out. I hear we can't find minorities, but something that I see consistently is they don't even reach out because there's so many. I mean, we found all of you. Me and Chantel found all of you. Wasn't that hard. I also know because one of my friends, my real life friends, actually got approached by a host, and they go to them and they try casting them, basically saying, hey, I want to cast you because you're Black, because I want our games to be 50%. That's just very disrespectful when you're boiling down someone's personality down to just their race. And I think that's something that this org community has started doing now, where they're not really looking at people as people. They're just trying to make themselves look better. And I think that reflects a lot in the org community. But I started casting this game more diversely my first season because I noticed it was a problem. And something I've noticed hosting this game, and it's always been majority minorities, is people tend to break off in the game based on people that they can relate to in their own real life. And it's not intentional, but you'll tend to see people, for example, in season 2, we had Jimmy and Nika, who both grew up poor neighborhood. They both grew up as Nika was 35, Jimmy was 40. They were dark-skinned Black women, and they bonded on that experience, that shared experience that they had, and that drew them closer together. And you'll see if you rewatch older seasons of this show that you're not always going to see alliances that are strictly Black and white, but you will see people relating more that have a similar skin color because they just have that shared experience. And it's not a white versus Black thing. And when you look at the game as a white versus Black thing, just because of what you see from an outside looking in, you're missing out on a lot of the dynamics that go on within the game that you may not know about from being in there. And my favorite quote that Nika had ever said was back in season 2, when her and Jimmy had been accused of having a POC alliance. She was like, if we look at alliances based on what we look like, we could make a bunch of other people alliances. You know, there were twinks that were working together. We could call them the Skinny White Gay Alliance. No one was calling them the Skinny White Gay Alliance, though. So we have to be very careful with that stuff. And when we start looking from an outside looking in and calling it white versus Black, because you really don't know what's going on within the game. And that's what happens when you have a diverse set of people and put them together, you know? And I don't know if I worded that the best. I tried my best to word it as best as I possibly can, but that's just an observation I've had from running this social experiment 12 times.
Not the tweaks. Where were they? Can I get the tweaks? Can I get the tweaks? Can I get the tweaks?
When I was eliminated, somebody commented in the YouTube chat, "Goodbye, Twink," and it was like the best compliment I received for like the whole month. I was like, thank you so much. Even though everyone was dogging on me, like I took it in good fun. And you know what, being called a twink. Also, bye Shelby, we love you. But no, it got a good laugh out of me.
I want to pass it
really
to
did.
Chantel, Keisha, if you guys are feeling anything. Because I don't want to just speak about what we saw, because we're the ones that saw everything.
The only thing I have to say on the matter is, for Lucy, I understand your thought process, but in the same instinct, you can't try to connect with somebody on that deep of a level when you were never connected with them to begin with. It's gonna 100% always go left. And no lie, if that was said to me, I wouldn't have been as kind as Kyra. I would have flipped the frick out in that moment in time, because I would have seen it as an offense. I would have seen it as, you're trying to say that my parents are abusive to me, and you don't know me. So for you to make that assumption is beyond offensive. And Kyra's very sweet. I'm really sweet too. But if you cut me that deep right off the rip, I'm probably going to rip your head off. And she didn't do that. She was like, we can talk about it tomorrow. She didn't even say like F you, screw you. She didn't say none of that. She said, let's just talk about it tomorrow. So further going on, I would say if you want to connect with someone, start from the beginning and build your way up before you try to go that deep with somebody, because it's always going to come off wrong. It's always going to look bad. And it's hard to retract that after it's already been put out there.
Period.
Chantel, do you want to add anything in?
Period.
Right, period. We miss just not here.
Period.
So period.
Period. Yeah. Period. Lucy, period. Like she said what she said, period.
Go ahead, Chantel.
I don't have anything to say on this matter of race and all of that. I feel like we're all adults. Y'all should know better. We're in 2023. Get it together. That's on period.
That's on period.
Can I say one thing? Sorry.
Sure, go ahead, Debbie.
Am I going to be annoying Alexis if I talk and not listening to people? I'm allowed to talk? Okay.
Oh, Debbie.
I just want to say, kind of changing the subject a little bit, that and going off the same thing, but kind of changing the subject, going back to like what Dylan was saying before about casting diversity. I feel like what I really loved about this game was the diverse cast and people that like come from such different backgrounds that came together. And I've learned things about like other people and about myself through this game, and people that like maybe we, would have never obviously met or connected with. And I do think that like you do a great job, Dylan, of making this similar to a Big Brother format because of the diversity on that type of show on TV. So I appreciated that. And I think that that's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
Hey, Debbie, can I say something real quickly?
Yeah.
So one of the things that I noticed with you is that you're really big on like, you like online reality games, but you also love the actual reality game. And I saw that you like added yourself to the Big Brother Expedition like page and so on and so forth. And like, those are good ways to go. Those are good orgs. Like, I would say continue to go into those orgs, but like when you go into those orgs, understand that they're gonna look at you and they're gonna see you as a threat because of ways that you are socially. And so you have to watch like just like how you play socially, like especially like they noticed
she got 5th place this season.
Yeah, I mean, I was a social threat. I got 5th place, so yeah, I must have.
Listen. Let's keep it to they can see certain things, and so with the Facebook online reality game compared to Skype or anything else, they're gonna see you doing certain things and they're gonna take you out for that. And so I'm just giving you those tips, those cues, because I have no hate for you. I want you to do well, but I want you to understand that people see certain things as a distraction.
Well,
can you explain that, or maybe Dylan can explain what you're talking about?
I think that's maybe a convo for off the live, because we have to keep this moving. We're still in I Love Money, but I guess
I don't know. I mean,
I guess to just put a pin in this is that it's great to talk about things. It's great to talk about politics and social and stuff like this, but there's always a time and place. And I think that's just an important thing to keep in mind moving forward. I do appreciate everyone speaking their mind and not being afraid to give their opinion. I think that's a really important thing. And it's not something that I'm afraid of having in our game. And it's something that I think is good, that I don't think a lot of other games do. They like
that's all I wanted to say.
They like to shut shit down as soon as things start going this way. But it's important that we talk about these things. So I appreciate everyone that told Lucy. I appreciate everyone that told Lucy how they felt. Lucy, I appreciate you listening to how they felt as well, because I know there's people that wouldn't have listened to it. Two of them aren't here. So I do want to move on to the next segment because they've been waiting
Miles?
so patiently. Who? They've been waiting so patiently, Tina and Javaris. So the lip sync battle. Every season, the lip sync battle has some type of drama, and that was not different this season. So you guys had to prepare a lip sync to level up, and it caused Tina's elimination. So the first thing I want to ask you, Tina, why did you volunteer?
Oh God, biggest mistake ever, right? In every other game I've played before, when you kind of throw yourself on the spear for your team, they spare you. But the thing is, my team wasn't the one voting me out, it was Johnny, and it never occurred to me that Johnny would actually vote me out because I thought he was so cool. And I was like, after seeing his performance in Poker Face, I'm like, I love that dude. I want to work with him. So I thought, I don't want any fighting in my team. I want everybody to get along. I want to take this kumbaya thing and just go with it. And he voted me out. So I really just did it for the good of my team, and it backfired on me.
So Johnny, what was the reason that you sent Tina home?
So as everyone knows, when you're paymaster, you are taken away from everything else that's going on, and you are just talking to production. Production said to me, so Johnny, who do you plan to vote out? And I said, I have zero decisions on who is going out because I already told Giraffe that they were safe. Lucy should have been a clue to everyone that we were working together because she volunteered to throw herself on the block week 1. Lucy knew that she was safe with me. And there was a third person, wasn't there?
Tina.
Yeah.
And well, no, Tina wasn't there yet because she was still getting ready to volunteer herself. So with that said, I remember saying to production, whomever gets picked is going in because I made deals with these other 2 people and I'm not going back. So as soon as I came back with the general pop and they said, Tina has volunteered to go in. Tina, you were already going in. It didn't matter who it was. I already made a deal with Giraffe.
I do not blame you at all, Donnie. I don't. And I have to be honest, for the longest time, Giraffes, I was scared. I was like mad at you because you guys you guys went and talked to Purple. So I was like, oh, they totally threw me under the bus. And then I found out later in the game, one of the prod people came forward and said, no, you guys rallied to keep me in the game. So I'm begging your forgiveness that I was mad at you and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, I knew
it. Did you know it? I'm sorry.
Before you go, Giraffe, let me just co-sign. So I did have the little 5 minutes with one person. It was Giraffe and I. Giraffe immediately went into save Tina, and this is why. And I tried to politely say stop, because I didn't want Giraffe to give me a spiel with the knowledge that I knew I wasn't gonna to listen. So she immediately started. Sorry, Giraffe. You have the mic.
In retrospect, I see it all, and it's my dumb mistake for thinking out of the goodness of my heart to keep peace in the team that I would do this, and lesson learned, right?
Right. And I will even say this. I let y'all know that I was pretty confident Johnny wouldn't have gotten rid of me. Because I did let y'all know, like, even when it was me and him during the tomfuckery, like, me and him already had this deal that, hey, we're not going to get rid of each other if we're find ourselves as the winning paymaster. And the second I saw Lucy was in there, I was like, oh shit, he had the same deal with her probably.
Yep.
And I was just like, at that moment, I was like, I didn't want to, I kind of took the Shelby stance when she had immunity. Like, I don't want to say a name because right now I don't have to. I'm already in. The worst thing that's going to happen is whoever I actually do choose, whoever I vote for, if they're the one to join me, they're gone. And I didn't want that because
it was just so awkward you know, when your team is nominated and you're all sitting there looking at each other, trying to figure out who to put on the block, you need one person to go on the block. It's gross. I mean, there's just no other way to describe it. You know, you're all looking at each other and nobody wants to put names out because everybody, I'm sorry, Javaris rocked that video edit. And we shouldn't have lost, but we did. And who do you pick, right?
Well, you weren't feeling that in your exit interview though, Tina. But before we go,
No,
I
I was pretty butthurt during my exit interview yet.
I do have the clip, but before I go to that clip, I
No,
want to
don't even
say,
show it.
let's go ahead and let's watch you on the I Love Money after show.
Tina.
It's bad, Javaris.
Oh, it was brutal.
Threw any shade on Javaris, who edited this video. I sent him a shit ton of footage and he gave me like 15 fucking seconds. I did the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He didn't include any of that.
Do you think he did that on purpose?
I don't know. I know I'm not a sexy bitch. I am no Jess. I'm no Lucy. I'm no, you know, I'm not.
Be confident in yourself. You look great. Don't.
No.
Okay,
no.
in Javaris's eyes, I'm not a sexy bitch. So, you know, he chose to edit the video the way he did, and everybody was highlighted. I mean, even giraffes had their own big section in the video, and I was only like skimmed over. He didn't use even a fraction of what I sent him.
So you were not happy with the edit. Around later, Javaris was eliminated. Let's see what his rebuttal was.
Tina, I'm not going to sit here and lie because I, saw her talking shit about me on, the lives or whatever. But I feel like I did really kind of like bond with Tina a little bit. So that's why, I was kind of caught off guard.
Okay, so how did you feel? So since we're talking about Tina, when you rewatched that and you heard what she said, how did you feel at that moment?
I felt like, oh my God, let me go find the world's smallest violin. Like, it was just like a fucking sob story. Like, and then she tried to accuse me of like basically giving Jess camera time because she looks good or whatever. And, even if you go back and watch the video that I edited, you would see that I even tried to show Tina and her very desperate attempt to be sexy. So it was like, come on, like, don't do that. It's not cool.
So, Javaris, I think the question in everyone's mind is, do you think Tina's a sexy bitch?
I think Tina is a very sexy bitch. Like, she fine. She's a 10.
Well, and that's why I picked him. Look at him. He's a hottie. That's why I picked him to go to exile with me. If you're going to get stranded on a desert island, you want to go with a hottie, right?
Are we ever going to find out what happened on Exile?
So all that happened was they had a chance to earn some coins together. They played in Split or Steal thing where they had to randomly pick numbers to get coins, and they got to choose after they got all those coins. I think they got like 5 coins or whatever. They had to choose either to split the coins or they could steal the coins from each other. They both chose to split it. So that was what happened. And then the rest of the time, Tina was actually in her confessional like, where the fuck is Javaris? I want to talk to Javaris. He's not fucking online. He doesn't want to work with me. Meanwhile, it was just Javaris was working all the time. So my question is, to put a pin in this, are the Exile Buddies going to be Exile Bunnies now that the game is over?
As far as I'm concerned, yes, I would play with him again in a heartbeat.
Yeah. On my end, I would definitely love to play with Tina. However, my feelings were a little hurt when I saw the live and you made the comments about, fuck me and the horse I rode in on. And I was just a little caught off guard by that. Like, I was like, Tina, I can't believe you.
I know. I was really, really hurt right after I got eliminated, and I took it out on you, and that was wrong, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I definitely understand, but I will say this, like this was definitely like my first ORG. And
Oh.
so it was just like I didn't know what I was doing, you know. I played the game the best that I, could. And so when it came down to that challenge where you ended up like leaving or whatever, um I mean, I just didn't have the heart to, say just H's name or Janae's name. And,
Absolutely.
Tina, you definitely, during that challenge, you picked the shortest part. So I can understand why you tried to, say that I gave just H more camera time because she was, sexy or whatever. Like this, it really caught me off guard. I was kinda
I'll tell
hurt.
you what, that song kicked my ass. I cannot even tell you how many times I listened to that song and I just couldn't get it. And maybe it's just
If
I'm
I had
not
gotten that
familiar.
Northern Boys song, I would have.
Oh
The
my
whole
God.
video would have been me. I fucking love
listened
the
to it
Northern Boys.
over and over
And
and
the
over
only
again. And
the only
couldn't-
flack I got against you, Cody, is that you took rap. If I had known that the fucking Northern Boys would have been rap, I would have taken that shit.
Wait, did you know what the Northern Boys were before I gave out?
Yes, I fucking love the Northern Boys.
Crystal's the one that gave me that song. I had no idea what the fuck that band was. She told me every season.
It's a bunch of like old. I'm not sure if they're.
Well, I
British
know.
or
Well, I know
Irish.
now. I know now. But preseason,
but like
we did that song. Crystal, do you want to tell them why we did that song preseason?
I wish I knew because I would.
I'm gonna force Crystal to tell them. Go ahead, Queewell.
Would've
I
been
was
like, oh, I
scrolling on TikTok and I saw a bunch of gay old men, and I was like, wow, that's funny. I think it'll be really funny to see like Tina do this. So I kind of
awesome.
Oh, so
like if we do
Shakira
the songs
automatically.
beforehand,
I kinda
I would
wanna-
start fighting people over
And now
getting the
it's
Northern
like-
Boys, and I would have told my
So,
team
for me-
that like
Can y'all
For
let her
me-
talk? Thank you.
no.
Anyways, Colin, now it makes a lot of sense why your biggest compliment in an entire month was getting called a twink if you are one of the Northern Boys. That makes a lot of sense. To me now. I just found them on TikTok, and I just thought they were random gay old men. I didn't know that.
I was fully not gonna do the song, but then I was like, it actually would be pretty funny.
I thought it would be funny, and I really wanted to giggle.
Yeah, and it
So
actually was
listen,
funny.
the reason why I chose the Northern Boys is because Lucy, and she was like,
Wait, y'all did not know it was Northern Boys though. Y'all only knew
Northern Boys.
They
I
chose
chose Northern Boys because Lucy.
You guys
was
did
like,
not know what the songs were though. You
We
guys
were all
only knew
fighting over the
genre.
pop song.
You did not know the song,
Listen.
Cody. Like, oh, no, you did
Listen.
not.
Listen.
No,
it
we
was
didn't.
rap.
We didn't know
It
the
was
song
rap.
until
It
after.
was
The
rap.
genre.
No, but
Thinking
I
of
was
it
like,
was
chose
like,
rap.
she
She
said
said
choose
choose
totally
rap.
Like, all right, cool.
She said choose rap. She was like, yo, choose rap, like bow down, don't sit here and argue about pop or whatever. And I was like, all right, whatever, we can kill rap. That's how I thought. I was like, we could kill rap because like I'm a rap person, like Lucy's a rap person. We had people on our team who were rap people. And so I was like, we kill rap. Then you hit us with the Northern Boys. And I was like, what the fuck is this?
Well, let me clarify
shit
that a
was
little
fun,
bit.
though,
Let
Cody.
me
It was
clarify that a little bit. That was Lucy being loyal, wanting to use her power, and
I
wanting me to
figured
be
that.
paymaster. She knew that I wanted
I
Pop,
figured
so that's why she did what she had to do to convince you all to let Pop be mine.
Yeah, but guess what? We didn't fucking lose, so it didn't fucking matter.
It's the perfect time.
We got second place on rap.
No, but Lucy
Northern
wanted me
Boys.
to be paymaster so she could use her disadvantage and get it done with. So that's why.
Yeah.
That's a good.
That's why
a
she
good
pushed
one.
for it.
But
And
then
I
she
will
didn't
say-
tell us.
That's
She didn't
why
tell us.
we got you guys out of there.
I will say I was shocked that nobody caught on to the fact that Lucy was so gung ho to use her powers that she felt so safe and that you guys didn't put two and two together that she was working with Johnny. Like that was
No.
a shocker to me because it was blatantly obvious in the moment. Like you guys just started the game and she just won this power and she's already like, I'm gonna use it right now. When Johnny's the paymaster, that would have told me like they must be close if she felt that
Every
safe.
time I asked her
No,
about
do
Johnny, her
not
only response
say
was,
that
"Well, he's
because-
hot." So
No, I
every
wouldn't
time
say
it was the
that
same
because
answer.
there was conversation about whether or not her and
Yeah.
Johnny had something going on. There was
said, "Do you remember
conversation
that?"
about that.
Wait, go ahead, Lucy.
Keisha, do you remember me and Jess's first call with Johnny?
Yes.
Where we're like super nervous and then you get on and we gasp and then we realize it's just you and we look all disappointed. I wish you
Yes.
had that. It was so funny.
They were both cropped and posed, waiting for Johnny to pop in, and then it was me, and they were like, "Oh, sorry," and I was like, "Sorry to let you down. I'm not Johnny."
Everyone wanted to fuck Johnny this season. It was
Wait,
horny
wait, wait,
roar.
wait.
Fuck
Not
Johnny.
everybody.
like that.
Fuck Johnny.
There was a lot of
Dylan,
y'all.
Fuck
Dylan, all
Johnny.
right, don't say everybody though. Don't say
Fuck
don't
Johnny.
do that.
Oh,
I
okay,
never
well,
was.
Bro, don't say fuck Johnny.
Crystal,
Thanks,
we can do
Julius.
smash. Let's do Smash or Pass with let's play that game with everyone.
Yeah.
Let's do a bunch
now?
of them. Okay,
Oh,
let's do
right now?
Yeah, let's
Right.
do Smash or Pass with Johnny.
Okay,
So I'm
Johnny.
gonna ask everyone that's interested in men. So if you're interested in men, I'll ask you. So Giraffe, Smash or Pass, Johnny.
What?
This is the most uncomfortable game ever. Why are we doing this? Don't answer that, Giraffe.
Don't think about
You
it.
don't
Just
have to
say
do
it.
that.
Okay, answer
Wait,
it.
Say it.
change the subject.
Answer.
Smash
It
or
makes me
pass.
want to do it more.
This is not fun.
I don't
It's
care.
not fun for you.
I
Do
don't
it,
care.
Giraffes. Do
Everyone
it.
say no, like trash.
I
or
don't
whatever.
care.
No one has no judgment.
I don't care.
They trash me, everyone.
Okay,
Pass. Pass.
Yes.
Pass. Pass.
Thank
Debbie,
you,
Smash
thank
or
you.
Pass.
Everyone pass, please. I'm uncomfortable.
Nigga, you ain't uncomfortable. You want
Johnny
everyone to
doesn't like
smash
Let's
you.
not do it. Let's not do it. Let's
I
not do
really-
it. Johnny doesn't want to do it.
We can
Johnny
we can
doesn't want to
continue.
person.
We
Let's
can
not do it.
continue.
I'm not that
Respect
person.
Johnny's boundaries.
We
guys.
respect Johnny's boundaries.
Pass. Pass.
How about Cheyenne in that video, in the lip sync video? How about
Smash.
Cheyenne?
Smash!
Smash.
What'd you
Smash
say,
or
Georgia?
Smash?
I'm not uncomfortable.
Smash.
I will say,
I gotta keep her away from you.
Hey, girl.
Cheyenne was the strongest duo of the season. Cheyenne had the strongest duo of the season.
Duo with who? Cody?
Thirsty as fuck, really.
She won the whole thing, so you know.
That joke just went.
Her boobs.
I
I
caught
didn't
that.
go over my
I
head.
got it. I got
I
it.
have nothing. She
I
can give
got
me
it.
some. We talked about this on a live once too. Whole YouTube is hearing me now.
Those bitches were huge. Jace? Jace? You got Jace? What is
Jace,
Jace?
Jace.
By the way.
I actually think
Jace?
there might be double J's now.
Like double
I've been in the house for
J's.
40 days. I've been in and out, sitting in the house for 40 days. In and out.
No.
Not too long.
No,
Not too long.
I will
I've
say
been
the
in
other
six-
star of the season, were Debbie's kids.
Oh my God, Debbie, I love your kids.
Calling you Debbie Downer on the live. I would
He
ask
did. He
him-
called me Debbie Downer.
He
I don't
did. He
remember
called
that.
you Debbie Downer. I also I need to, oh my God, I need to find this voice clip. So there was this voice clip of Debbie trying to strategize with her allies, and this was after the auction where Jess had dressed in her bikini. And Debbie's son screams on there, Jess's boobies, Jess's boobies. And this is a voice memo that Debbie is sending to like 5 other people, and she didn't bother re-recording it. It's just her trying to like strategize with people, and it's Ethan saying Jess's boobies over everything she
Oh
said.
my god.
I guess I
was-
wasn't part of that one.
It was wild. It was I love
I
Money
love
Wild.
Ethan.
I love Ethan. I love Ethan.
I
10
need to
years
ask
from
you,
now,
Debbie.
he's gonna win
Ethan
us.
is
He's
my
gonna be the
favorite
first
man.
male winner of the.
I
the
need to
show.
ask you,
ever.
Debbie, is does he do this with you in other games?
No. I've only played one other org, but I've just played it twice, obviously. I mean, it's not like this. It's short lives and tribal council. I mean, he's definitely come on to my other games and tried to distract me while I'm doing competition, but we haven't done like sexy videos and stuff. So, yes, he distracts me on other games and I try and get him to like not be there, but he's never done like this type of things. Like he'll just come in and say hi. And then I'm like, all right, we're doing a challenge. You're distracting me, or like, it's different formats. So it's not really like the context for him to say or do anything, you know?
Has he ever said does he want to do games when he's older?
Oh, totally. He wants to be on Big Brother.
I think that he has
Same.
he has a great personality for it.
Yeah, thank you. He definitely wants to be on Big Brother. He's a huge fan. I mean, he's a Survivor fan too, but he's more of a Big Brother fan like me. Like he wants me to be on Big Brother. He wants to be on it. Yeah, he definitely wants to play games. And he's very into YouTube. He has his own channel. He clearly told everyone.
What? Ethan has his own YouTube channel?
You
I
guys
subscribe to it.
One night he
I
was like,
subscribe to it.
I've
he was
subscribed to
telling
it
me
already.
about his channel and then about following like.
Send it
all-
in the chat.
Yeah, plug
Yeah.
it.
In the chat.
Okay.
Let him
I
like
think
a
it's
billion more.
I have to go look it up. And
Well, who knows? I
I've
love Money.
already subscribed to it.
I Love Money Jr. Who knows? Maybe we'll do an I Love Money Jr. with
You know what? 10 years from now, he's gonna
Isabella,
he's gonna win. I Love
Isabella would
Money.
be in here for I Love Money Jr. Like she would kill you.
I've
all.
always wanted to do one because there's so many like young people that want to play games, but it's not safe for them to play games.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, I played games when I was very young. It was not safe when I did it. So it would be fun if there was like a parent supervision thing where the parents were in the room and the kids got to play the games and they got to make friends with other kids. Like that would be fun. I would like that.
Well, I do have to say that like
He's just sitting back here.
Ethan really liked talking to Jake one night about like cards. I think it was like football cards or something or Pokemon cards.
Pokemon cards.
And he was like, "Mommy, can Jake come babysit?"
If I were in the area, I'd kill to. Genuinely, I'd love to.
No,
Like,
I know.
yeah.
And I was like, "He's not driving from Maryland." And he was like, "Wait,
I
wanna talk to
would.
Jake."
I would. Tell him I would.
And he's like, "I want to talk to Jake." Like he was so
will.
upset. Like I was like, "Goodbye, get out of the room." But-
I Love Money meetup.
Yeah.
Yo, she's been sitting back here the whole time. She's like, Dada, can I watch you whenever you're on live? I'm like, no. It was like, you can't watch me. But she's been sitting back here the whole time watching me. And so she's down. She'll kill you all.
Oh.
She'll kill you all. She'll
Well,
kill
to
you.
keep the upbeat energy going, I think my favorite part of this season was all of Kyra's costumes.
Kyra.
Kyra, you showed up
Kyra
as
was the highlight of the season.
a penis. You showed up as a piece of shit one night. You were a Crayola. You actually, your costumes
pussy
were
hair.
so polarizing that they actually caught the attention of the authorities. So
Right.
No.
and
then I posted to my Instagram story
and
Kyra
we
for
do-
America's favorite player.
And we do have the video footage of this night. So this was this was the first night of I Love Money, or this was the first challenge.
What's the captain's comp with the
Yeah, the captain's comp. So let's take a look real quick at Kyra's wellness check. 1 second. Here, let me pull it up. Oh, here we go. So here Kyra is live in her burrito costume. Or no, refrigerator. Tally can't be real. 3,000 likes. Incredible. So Kyra, I need to know what was the experience like?
I've never had the cops call me before for that. So it was very interesting. Like, weirder stuff has happened here. And the one time I have a puppet on top of my car, you know, and Rance dressing, like just watching like the Zoom. And then it was also like during the part where there was like grunt noises too that you were playing. So that was also like looked really bad. And but yeah, I was just happy that the cop believed me and that I didn't leave in handcuffs. So it was yeah, I was just like, it's for a game. But yeah, like people like my dad thought it was hysterical, and I showed it to like family members and friends, and they were like, I would have called the cops on you too. And I was like, I mean, that was one of my more normal moments. So I just think that, you know.
What did everyone else think of Kyra's costumes? What were your favorite costumes?
Hey, can I share like a little secret that I thought? I thought that like Kyra and Johnny were a pair because I thought that like gonorrhea was the same puppet.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like I honestly thought.
Oh, you thought it was the same
was the
puppet.
same puppet that Kyra had.
Isn't
it? We're a pair.
Might be.
What does gonorrhea
I
have to do with
honestly
this?
thought it. Like,
Jesus
Wait,
Christ.
what?
That was the name of the puppet.
Oh,
Gonorrhea.
Oh,
Gonorrhea.
okay. That's.
I thought you guys said that it was the same puppet.
Oh no, she got her puppet.
It was. I mean, it's like $1. It's like
It was gonorrhea because
It's that
gonorrhea.
brand.
Exactly,
Gonorrhea.
that one right there. And so gonorrhea had that same puppet intro in Johnny's like talent show video.
I'm gonna say this too about the talent show, Johnny. We did not vote on it, and while I think Tina did a good job, I personally would have given you the win. That was
Agreed.
an incredible talent show performance. I mean, no shade to the rest of y'all, but that was the thing that moved me.
I went back and watched
Yeah,
that. Johnny. He
Johnny's
did that shit.
Johnny's was the best, hands down. I will take that to the grave. Still say it for every season to come. Johnny killed that. Guys, I didn't even expect it. I said, but wait,
Period.
that's Johnny? Lip
I'm
sync with
I'm
a
not gonna
puppet?
lie. There was a lot of them I was falling asleep. I'm not,
It was the money drop for me.
Yeah.
When she was twerking and you were dropping the money, I was like,
I thought that a lot of you were good singers. Like, I think the singers did a good job, but the critique I had when we did it in season 11, and I think people missed this, was that you only have a minute and a half. You really have to make sure you stand out. Like, we had Deasia last season trying to do her makeup routine, and she spent like 4 minutes doing this makeup routine, just putting lines on her eyes. And it's like, yeah, the makeup looked good, but she got a low score. Crystal got a higher score doing her talent of singing the national anthem. She sang it really bad on purpose. And it was because, yeah, it's a great talent, but it's also the show element, you know, like you got to have that show part too. And Johnny, you did a really good job of mixing those two things. You didn't just like do what KG did and just sang flat for a minute and a half. So I thought you did a really great job, Johnny.
Thank you. So I do have a request. though.
Dylan, do not do that.
What were you gonna say, Johnny?
I do have a request.
Yes.
Because before we got into the lip sync, we were talking about Kyra and her outfits. I sent a clip to my old confessional. It's only 4 seconds. Is there any way you'd be willing to play it right now?
I absolutely can. So
I
let's
sent
look
it to
at
the
this.
project, Dylan.
So listen, there was when we did the lip sync, I so wanted to get this in there, Kyra, but I just need you to explain to me what was happening here.
What were those?
What's that?
Popcorn.
I couldn't fit it in the
That
lip
looked a
sync.
little more moist than popcorn.
Or was that Ranch dressing?
Maybe it was ranch dressing.
Well, no. So what happened was, it was also like I came from the funeral that day, so every other video was me crying in it. So I was trying to do like. Yeah, like I was like crying while singing into a dickwad, and I was like, okay, let's liven it up a little bit. And then I just saw like soapy water from my crotch, and then like I thought it was working, mad because when you like raised your hand for me, I was like, yeah, he's probably gonna eliminate me because of this. But yeah, I'm so sorry for that clip. I was like poking her out, like okay.
Yeah, all season I wanted to ask you about it, and since they were talking about your costumes and your favorite costumes, I'm like, I have to ask what's going on.
Just for the moment.
Well, I think before we head into our last segment of the night, which is going to be the awards that we're going to give out, there's a little bit of prize money to give out. I do want to talk to both Jarvis and Giraffes because I don't think we've had a chance to talk with you guys as much as everyone else. So Jarvis, I want to know from you, you volunteered to go into the bottom the night that you had gone home. And you had said that you felt really close to Johnny. So I just want to know from your point of view where you stood in the game, because you played this game very loyally. You had Johnny's back, you had Cheyenne's back, you had Julius's back. So I want to give you the floor to talk.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I felt really close to Johnny at that point, but I mean, I was talking. I was more close with Julius and Cheyenne at that point as well too, and I kind of wanted to see where Johnny's, where his loyalty lies, and if he was still loyal at that point. And so it was getting down to the wire, and so I wanted to see like him make a decision because, there were like certain instances where I was like kind of like iffy on. And so like I wanted to see like in that instance, like what he would choose. And like I know Lucy at that point stood up, and said that, oh, I'm not going home. So, put the person that is, disposable in the box. And so I kind of wanted to like, call a bluff and see. It was like a test. And, I think that I was a little bit ready, had one foot out anyway, ready to go too. So I was like, if I stay, great, I continue to play. But if I go, okay, my allies know like exactly what's going on with Johnny. And it's like a clear, line drawn in the sand of like what side he's on. And so at that point, like we had speculation, like I had speculation, but I couldn't really like pinpoint. And so that move, I felt like I could, the easy thing that would have been done is to like, put Kyra in the box and have him send her home. But I think like me going home really like, it was like a move. It was like a move on his part. Yeah. So that's all I'll say about that.
So can you confirm the alliance with Kyra and Shelby was fake?
That alliance is real. Every alliance is real that you put together.
But which
that
one
alliance is real?
was which one was number one though?
Oh yeah, definitely Cheyenne and Julius. That was number one. Yeah, definitely.
You're not wearing your shirt. You're not wearing this Alliance's fake shirt.
It's getting washed. It's getting dry cleaned.
Oh, you were at the exit interview.
The last thing I wanted to do was I wanted to talk with Giraffes a little bit. So there was another clip I wanted to put in there. So I love you, Giraffes. I do. But there was a Freudian slip that Cody had made to you that we all were dying of, and we love you so much, but it just was killing us so much. So I needed to play the clip where Cody infamously called you gorillas.
Oh my God.
But I also want to play what you said afterwards because I really liked what you said afterwards. So let's take a look
I remember that.
at this moment. This was after the live had concluded where he had called Jake Daniel Ryan.
Jake, you're playing a game. Colin, you're playing a game. Deadly, you're playing a game. We're all playing a game. Gorillas, you're playing a game. And so whatever personality that you come in here with is your game personality. That's not who you are in real life. You're not like that.
I'm sorry, I'm calling bullshit.
Gorilla, you can do that, and I respect that. Gorillas.
Giraffes.
I'm a very genuine person, and I like to believe I am giving my honest self every time I get into a game. I don't have a different game persona. I have Giraffes. I have a pillar in my community. I am a mother to a lot of little gays and queer kids because they find safety with me. And I try to just give off that energy every chance I get. And I am going to leave this call soon because honestly, Cody, listening to you basically gaslighting us right now is pissing me the fuck off.
I love it that you said that.
But at this point, I am angry, and yeah, I'm out. I'm out before I start crying because you don't deserve to see me cry.
So so the first thing I wanted to say was that um I'm sorry if this offends you, but I was dying at him calling you gorillas because I knew that he didn't do that on purpose. I knew he did not do that on purpose. But it was
Should have
just
asked, man.
it was just like he couldn't have picked a worse animal to mess your name up with. He could have done gazelles. He could have done probably any other animal starting with a G. So I wanted to ask you, because you had talked about how you're a pillar in your community, you are giraffes. I want to know where that name came from. And I wanted you to talk a little bit more about, yeah, go for it.
So I'm right now got it in the review and I'm seeing Jess going like, I know. It's like, yeah, because I had that conversation with her on the auction night. And I also want to point out the gorillas completely and utterly flew over my head because in that moment I was like in such a moment. I'm like, I need to leave before I truly go apeshit. Pun intended.
Unintended.
Unintended. Because yeah, just all that good looking stuff. But basically giraffes are my favorite animal. They always have been. I don't know. I just find this weird kinship with them because they're kind of like this weird, goofy, loner-ish animal. And I'm like, yeah, that's gotta be. The Z, in all honesty, actually comes from my love of the early 2000 VH1 shows, where to be different, they would always put a Z at the end of the nickname.
That's right.
And it's also a double fold for me because, you know, I'm so fat, I had to go all the way to the end of the alphabet to add a letter. I can make the joke, you can't.
So, Crystal, I wanted to know what you think of Giraffe's name because I know it triggered you a little bit.
I asked her in the very first interview, I was like, I'm unsure about your name because I'm very traumatized by giraffes. And we squashed it eventually because I became a giraffe stan. You were robbed.
Crystal got licked by a giraffe when she
I
was
wasn't licked by a giraffe. A giraffe
were.
grabbed me by my hair and lifted me off the ground.
Oh, I forgot that was what it was. I still think it's really funny.
Traumatized. But it's okay. I'm a giraffe stan now.
I wish I was there to witness it.
You helped me get over my trauma. Thank you.
Well, I love that. So giraffes, you and Cody, funnily enough, by the time that he had left, you actually weren't after him anymore. So I want to know, are you and Cody good now that the season's over?
I'm going to put it this way. And the people in the jury house in the house right now, that's what used to be the jury house, can look up. I'm not going to say much because the certain person with the conversation is not here anymore, so they can't say anything about their piece. But you know, after Lucy was eliminated, I tried to have a talk with her. Things had escalated because it was bad timing on both ends. I was in my feelings, she was in her feelings. Two people in feelings are never a good mix. And then I will say this, I understand I was part of that issue. I should have picked a better time. And when I saw what was going on between her and Cody, I definitely should have also stepped up because things were going a bit too far. And I do apologize for that. Lucy, if you're still watching this, I do apologize for not stepping in. But at that point, I was just so done because it had been a constant me and her roaring at each other to the point to where I'm now numb to what is going on. So me and Cody right now, I'm going to say for me at least, we're kind of in a limbo space because he constantly apologizes for doing stuff like that. And then he goes and does it again. And I understand that error is human, but you know.
And Jake, I know you had wanted to talk a little bit about in your exit interview when you had revealed that you were diagnosed with autism. So I wanted to give you a chance to kind of talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. I was diagnosed at 15. I said my first word at 3 years old. So
Wow.
it was and it's affected my speech my whole life. I mean, if you see me stumbling over my words, that's partially because I missed a very sensitive period in my life where typically kids learn to speak at like 1. And it took me 2 years after. I mean, I was placed on the short bus as a kid. They put me in special ed. And eventually I learned to talk. My parents didn't think I'd be able to talk. So they tried to teach me sign language and it didn't work. But me and Janae, after the whole Daniel Ryan thing had went down, me and Janae had a very, very emotional talk about disability. And I told I don't want to use the phrase coming out, but I told her, she was one of 2 people I told in the game, and the other one was Debbie, because Debbie I knew wouldn't say anything and keep it to herself, because I didn't want to be known as the guy with autism, because that's sort of how people look at you. Like, the reason I didn't tell everyone is because like there's a stigma around it. Like, you're seen as this, like, you're emotionless, you aren't able to socialize. And I think I thrived socially in this game. Like, I thrived. And Janae thrived as well, despite her disability. And so we had a very emotional talk about it. And I absolutely love Janae, and I wanted to mention her because she was so incredible in the game. She did everything she could to fight to stay in. She worked her ass off, and a lot of it was unseen. And she deserves a lot of commemoration, respect, and definitely should be pictured and put in the picture for some of the best players in this season. And it's incredible.
I will agree. I will say that I think had Janae stuck around, I do think that we were kind of saying that I think some of you guys needed Janae here, because I think a lot of you played the game with your heart. Janae played the game with her head, and there was a lot of things that she had seen that a lot of you guys were not seeing at the time. I really think had she stuck around, she could have been a contender to win. I think the whole course of this game would have went completely different had she stuck around.
I agree.
I think her leaving sunk Alexis's game. I think it sunk Brandon's game. I think it sunk a lot of your guys' games. I actually think Cheyenne and Cody, your guys' side, succeeded a lot because Janae was not there, because she could have been the Cheyenne to keep that group together. Where you guys had Cheyenne to keep you guys together, that group didn't have a Cheyenne do that. So we made it clear to her, but she has an open invitation to come back whenever she'd like to, whether it's on a newbie or a returnee, because she was nothing but a pleasure to host. And I feel so bad that her time was cut short because of the situation. I do understand that after Jake's interview, and this is the last thing I want to talk about before we get to our the prizes, and then I want to open the floor if anyone else has anything they want to add in there. But Jake's reveal did make its way into the game after he had his whole thing. Cody was accused of making fun of Jake's autism, potentially. That did not happen. That was not true. What seemed to have happened was Debbie and Cody were talking with each other, and Cody was laughing about something on, I think it was he was laughing at her, I believe, because Debbie had just voted against him, which showed that they could not work together. Debbie, I think sometimes you don't explain things the best way, which is kind of shown by how many spelling mistakes you had. I think which Crystal needs to repost that, because I wanted to go through all the spelling mistakes you did, because they were killing me.
It's just typos. It was just me typing fast, not
Spelling mistakes, Debbie.
I love
spelling
you, Debbie, but half the
mistakes.
time I had no idea.
It was so
There were so many
funny.
typos.
It was so funny.
It was
But
just me typing fast and typos.
Spelling
There was an
mistake.
edit button. You didn't even have to like show it. You could have just edited it, and no one would have.
Spelling mistakes, Debbie.
I love
Debbie's
You
texting.
continuously make spelling
Debbie-
No, it
mistakes.
was typos because I was typing.
Spelling
fast.
mistakes.
Whatever.
Leave me
fine.
alone.
Debbie,
man.
you can send one sentence
Leave
and
it
it'll be a
alone.
paragraph long because you keep trying to fix it. It's hilarious.
But what
Instead
had
of pressing
happened
edit.
was Debbie had relayed to Lucy I think it was Johnny as well. I don't recall because this was so long, but I know it was to Lucy. And I think Lucy had relayed to other people that Cody had made fun of Jake's autism, which wasn't what it was. And I think there was just a lot of emotions that were running high. And I think it was misinterpreted. I don't think it was on purpose, but I did want to clear the air officially. Cody never made fun of anyone's autism. So I wanted to give Debbie and Cody, I wanted to give you guys the floor to potentially talk about this.
I mean, I thought we kind of, kind of squashed this, but
No.
no, okay. It was, I mean, I think I never meant to say it like that. I thought when you were saying LMFAO that you were laughing at Jake because he had just voted out and I was emotional. Not because of that, but like LMFAO that he was out. And it was just a miscommunication and misinterpreted. But when Shelby said what she said, it was never like you were laughing at him because of that. It was, he just revealed that and you were laughing at him.
Hey, Debbie. Let's just squash that. Like, just stop it. Like, all together.
Yeah, I want to squash it.
That's just me. Because when you want to sit here and let someone talk, you want to sit here and let them make excuses for what they did, their actions.
Cody,
Their actions, Alexis.
Cody,
Sit here, like, I can sit here and let Debbie make excuses for her actions for 15 minutes.
Cody, she literally, Debbie literally just said, I thought we squashed this already. And you said, no. So then that's why she was trying to talk about it. And then you started cutting her off.
Alexis, because Alexis, because Debbie and I've never talked about this at all.
Okay, then so that's why she's trying to explain it, and then you cut her off, and then you're trying to tell her not to talk.
Well, Alexis,
she's trying to.
So if you want to sit here and make a whole if you want to sit here and make a whole entire explanation on live of like, I thought we squashed this when like me and Debbie never had a conversation at all. Like,
I didn't want to have a conversation because it wasn't.
You're basically putting on a show.
So basically, that was a lie
when you said right now.
That's what Cody's getting at. Basically,
you're putting on a show right now.
Let's not, guys.
Let Debbie explain herself.
She was
when we are having these
trying to explain it, Cody. That
we're talking about how we felt in that
putting
time.
On a show, Cody. I don't mean to put on a show about this. I didn't even want this brought up because it's so uncomfortable. So I don't know why you're thinking I'm bringing up a show. I'm just trying to say, I misinterpreted when you were saying LMFAO when Jake got voted out. I did not mean it for it to get back and then for it to get to Shelby that you were making fun of his autism. What I meant to say was you were making fun of him, and what he just revealed was upsetting. And yes, I kept that. I never told anyone, and I was upset. So I was upset that you were laughing. Maybe it wasn't at him, maybe it was at me. But it was never like you're laughing at him because of that. He just revealed this. I'm proud of him, and you're laughing at him. So I didn't know if you were laughing at like his gameplay because I said he was proud of him, if you were laughing at me because he got out, but it was misinterpreted the wrong way. And I don't know why Shelby had to blow up the chat like that.
I know that Debbie never.
We know why Shelby did
She mentioned it privately to me and Lucy. Lucy mentioned it to Shelby. And then Shelby just wanted clarification from production. That was it. It was a miscommunication. It was never meant to be anything that had to do with the game.
I think the reason why she did it and what she had explained to us was that she didn't want the rumor to get bigger. And
it wasn't. It was like no one.
It was getting pretty big. It was getting spread around. It wasn't you though. It was Lucy was talking to a lot of people about what you told her. And had we not shut it down right there and then, it would have been something bigger. I have seen in this game, season 8, Jules had one comment taken out of context from Sherry. Sherry said in the first round of the game that they can carry Ginny along because Ginny is slow at texting people back. Jules took that message as saying that she was calling Ginny slow, which is not what Sherry did. Sherry was saying that Ginny is slow at messaging people back because Ginny doesn't text people back. So that was why she said she would carry it through. That one comment that one comment isolated Sherry from everyone in the game for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, no one wanted to work with her. And so we found out that that was the reason, and we had to go back and clarify that comment. It's very easy for things like that to be taken out of context and to be misunderstood. So I don't know what would have happened to Cody if we didn't jump in.
Dylan. But my point is that as Alexis tried to shut me down, as Debbie tried to shut me down, it was like you did. Stop it. Just stop. I never said anything about anything at all. It was the fact of you guys tried to use me saying that Jake had autism as being a thing, and no one said that. No one said it at all.
We've all made it very clear it was miscommunication.
No one said it. No one said it.
Everyone knows that you
Oh,
didn't
they
say it.
acknowledge that no one said it already.
We know everyone knows that you didn't say that, Cody.
We know you didn't say
What I'm saying is that she was right to come in the chat and to say, no, Cody is not doing that, or we need clarification from production, because I've seen in past seasons when you don't have things like that nipped in the bud immediately, it can lead to someone like Sherry getting ousted. And had we not stepped in, you could have been ousted. And no matter how people feel about you with confrontations or whatever, nobody should be ousting you for a comment you didn't say that's of that volume, because had you done that, then we would have booted you.
My name has been used. My name was used several times prior to that with KG. Like, do you understand? Like, it was KG, then it was Jake, and then it was everything else after that. Then it was Lucy. It was used against me if someone was going against this person because they have this, and that was not okay for me. It wasn't, I was against these people, period. Oh, he doesn't believe that Dylan Ryan or Daniel Ryan is a real person. He doesn't believe this. And it was continuously used against me, period. And like, my thing is like, whenever I look at this, like, people look at me as a person who expresses who they are, what they have to say as a person. Like, Jake, you can sit there with your glasses. I love it. I love it that Georgia's right there next to you. And so you can sit here, you can say what you say. But my number one thing is that if I was to ever confront you and come at you, it'd be looked at as you're a confrontational person. And, let's definitely use this. You're a confrontational person.
Well, Cody, I think what production did was great. I think that's why they stepped in to make sure that nothing bad happened to you because of the rumor. So I think what Dylan's saying is that's why they stepped in.
And I just want to say that's exactly what you're saying, Cody, is what Shelby was saying, is that you've been attacked so many times. And as soon as she heard this, she brought it to the attention because she didn't want you to be attacked over something she didn't believe you did. She wasn't trying to be messy. She was literally in defense of you because she felt like you had been in the center of so much. She didn't want this to be something else for you to be targeted for when she 100% didn't believe that you said it.
Thank you.
So before we move on to awards, does anyone else have anything else that they need to address? This is last chance. Get everything off your chest now.
I'm good.
Is Georgia playing next season?
That's the question. We'll see.
You asked me, I had a question. That's my question.
We'll have to see. I'm gonna do one more thing. I need to read through all of these Debbie messages. So let me do this, and then we're gonna do awards.
Okay, but truthfully, they were yes. I
on 4/23/223. I could be down by 9:15, 9:15 but you can ask Cast Maze US first before challenge Rifra in case this goes over. If I'm late, I'll enter. Message, because this is starting a few min late, but you questions before X challenge. Then hi, I thought we are golf.
Good.
Then
God.
I could. I tell Johnny now that Jarvis is targeting him. Then about targets or some trying. I don't even know how to pronounce that. SOEMTJJGN. JJGN. That setup you didn't have to go. Yeah, she ain't voting with Jess. Oh, that one was actually accurate. So I told Shelby about my health issues yesterday. Let's see if she goes in and tells the house chat. Why did you forward that one, Kriegel?
Right.
Oh, then it was no one said he was making fun. No one said he made fun of Jake's auto sign. Auto sign. I
was diagnosed with
Yeah,
auto
making fun
sign
of myself.
spectrum
Who did I-
disorder at 15, guys.
Oh my god, you said
Who did I
auto
write this
sign.
to? Who did I write this to?
I'll check. You wrote that to Jarvis. But
Oh,
those are just
My auto sign.
that's just a taste of some
Okay, like I said, they're all
our
typos.
messages were
Debbie's
full of it.
DMs that we're giving
Paragraph
this
for
season.
one sentence.
So we're gonna do some awards. So
The worst. I'm the worst.
So every season we give out 3 awards with cash prizes. So we have a Mr. or Mrs. Congeniality award, we have a player of the season, and we have a fan
Favorite
award.
Canadian.
We have some other awards as well. We have best fight, we have season hero, season villain, best move, and dumbest move. So production, I think we should start with the non-prize things. So let's start with dumbest move. So what do we think was the dumbest move of the season?
It was me.
I'm gonna start with Chantel.
You're on mute.
I mean, shady. Okay, well, today's the day. You gonna get dragged, baby boy. Julius, I'm coming for you, okay? Because you were so gun-ho on having male winner. There's so many opportunities that you had to have all these men that you wanted at the end, in the end, but you just let them die on the sword. I said, what? What are you doing? I personally think that was the dumbest, the dumbest move of the season from me. What else was dumb? Let me think. I think there's
I want to hear what Keisha thinks was the dumbest move of the season next. You're on mute, Keisha.
Say it.
Yes.
You muted.
Muted.
I know I'm muted. There's too many to keep track. Shelby telling Alexis about Cody's power, and Alexis telling everybody about Cody's power. Because if Alexis would have kept that to herself, that would have been power her and Shelby could have kept and used when they needed to.
Go
No
ahead,
offense, Alexis, I adore you, but that was a dumb move.
Listen, Keisha. Okay. To talk about that, in my defense, it was when Jake and Eaters of Cheese was like starting to shoot the shit and stuff. And I felt like kind of like the outsider because I felt like everybody was really close. And I was really like, okay, I want to work with them and I want them to keep me around. And we were all talking about how we want Cody to be gone. So not knowing Jess R was working with Cody, Shelby told me this and I was like, oh, this is good information to tell my team so that they're like, oh, she wants to work with me. She wants us to actually work together. So I'm like, okay, let me tell my team and let me just explain to this. So that's why I was like, hey, Jake and Eaters with Cheese. I know I am Paymaster and I might not be able to get Cody out because I can't get him out because he has his power. And then right after Shelby texted me, it was like, oh, so you told on me. I was like, oh shit, how did you know? So then I was like, damn, somebody on my team's a fucking snitch. And then lo and behold, it's just our.
I will have to echo Keisha and say that I do think that was the dumbest move because there were other things that I thought weren't that smart, but I could always see the reasoning. Like Jarvis volunteering to go into the box. I understood why, because he was trying to be loyal to his group, and I think he felt like he potentially had the best chance of coming out of it. So I understood that move. And there were other things as well where I like
Oh.
Lucy not voting, for example. I didn't see why that was a good move in the moment, but with you, that single move tanked your game and take Shelby's game in that instant. And I think had you kept that info to yourself, I think that you and Shelby could have been a really good spot moving forward. But
I mean, it,
definitely.
Can I
it was my
talk?
first time. It was my first time playing an org, and like I kept saying in all my confessionals, I was just raw dogging this game. I didn't know how to move forward with this, so like it's a learning experience. So I mean, Keisha would laugh every time I would say that, but I literally was like, I'm raw dogging this game because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
But that's why I wanted newbies. I love helping you guys. You guys aren't supposed to play perfect.
Hey, Alexis, I raw dogged
no.
too when I won.
And you
No.
Hold on,
No.
Cody. We'll let you talk. We'll just
Cody,
let her finish her
relax, brother.
statement.
Yeah, I would say that was when my game started going downhill too.
Listen, that's how it goes. Not everyone can win their first try. I've seen people come to this game and win. It was their first game. Cheyenne won, it was her first game. Jimmy Pink, it was her first game. She won. Like I've seen people win their first game, but not everyone's going to. And that's what's fun watching new people play this game is you guys don't know what you're getting into. We don't have the returning players that are like, oh, tonight's gonna be circle night. I know it. We don't have to deal with that bullshit. It's you guys playing the game and
say
you're
Circle
supposed to
Night?
make mistakes. And
Don't mention Circle Night, Colin.
and who knows if you played again, you played another org again, maybe you wouldn't make those same mistakes.
Oh,
But that's what it's all
obviously.
about.
Cody, go ahead.
Yo, can I talk?
Yes. Nobody else is talking. You can definitely talk.
Yo, Alexis. So number one, like I love Dylan. Dylan has made some great points. And I would say that when it comes to oh, you don't know what powers or what this is or this is or whatever. Like number one, like if someone on our side came to you and told you something, that means that they kind of want to work with you. And so you might want to keep it secret on your side of what it is. Like you can't trust in the Jaconators with cheese. Like, period. You can't. You might want to, but you couldn't trust with the Jaconators with cheese. And so what we had on our side was what we had on our side. And so what like Shelby came to you and she shared with you was something that you could have utilized for your benefit.
Well, listen, I love where this combo is going, but I do want us to finish the award. So Isaiah, do you have any thoughts on the worst move of the season?
Yeah, I can make this quickly. Honorable mentions. You kind of mentioned some, so like Jarvis kind of like nominating himself, and then like afterwards, then Cheyenne kind of nominates herself when she wanted Johnny going. I was like, what's going on here?
Oh
and
yeah.
then Cody definitely has a couple. The main one was there was two of them actually. It was him kind of like taking Jake in for the anonymous thing and then eliminating him right afterwards. I was like, what the hell? And then Cody also during Circle Night was like trying to get certain
Debbie.
people out, and then he saved Debbie, and I was like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on here?
But
I was but my main one is probably still going to be the one that cost her a win. I'm going to say Shelby taking out Debbie instead of Cheyenne was definitely the worst move because she probably could have won if it wasn't for that. So
Yeah, and she kept saying no. I don't know if she really thought that, but everyone else thought she would.
I don't think that she doesn't
a lot of it
believe
was
that.
just us
No,
overthinking.
I think that she believes it. I just think that she doesn't have any regrets. Basically, is what she's saying.
I don't feel like I have a regret with Seven Debbie.
And then Crystal, what do you think was the worst move? Queewall, worst move. Boo.
Sorry. I was gonna say the dumbest move was Shelby getting rid of Debbie because Debbie's my winner pick. So that's not cool.
So I
Who
think
said that?
I
Kristen?
think the award for
Okay.
dumbest move this season overall is gonna have to go to Shelby not voting off Cheyenne, because that move was the move that could have won her the game. So congrats, Shelby, on winning the dumbest move of the season. Best move. Chantel, what do you think was the best move?
Come back to me.
Keisha.
Mule.
I'm working on it. Best move. I think it was Shelby making good with Jess H, because that came back around to save her when Jess H had the power. If
Yes.
she didn't mend that and make that attempt to work that relationship, she would have been gone that night. But the fact that she took the time to make that connection with Jess H when nobody would have expected her to, saved her that round.
An underrated move, definitely. Well, I'll say I think Shelby taking out Jess R was the best move of the season, because had she not taken Jess R out, there was no one else taking Jess R out. Everyone thought that they were aligned with Jess R. Giraffes and Jess H had made an alliance with Jess R and Debbie that same night. So had she not taken Jess R out, Jess R, you probably would have swept the rest of this game. The only other person that was after you was Brandon. So
I love you, Jess. It started on a Friday and ended on a Sunday. It was quick.
so it was a pretty good move on her part. If I'm looking at from the grand scheme of things, if I was looking short term, it would be Cheyenne taking out Johnny, because once she took out Johnny, she was guaranteed winning. We knew she was winning because there was no one else in the game that could beat her at a challenge. Sorry, Debbie, that was going to vote her off. Debbie was probably the only one left that would have voted her off, but yeah.
Would have voted who off?
Cheyenne. You would have done Shelby and then Cheyenne.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just want to echo what Dylan said about Shelby taking out Jess R, because I think that was like a pivotal move of the game, and I think it was a really good one.
Isaiah Queewell.
I actually had it pretty tight, but yeah, I have the same answer as you two. I thought that Jessar was kind of running shit to the point where when Jessar got taken out, everyone was like, oh no, my number one ally's out the game. Like half the cast was doing that. So to give a sidebar, I'll actually go back to the last question because I thought of another one. Colin, why did you give up that paymaster, my guy? Like, you went home right after that. I was like, bruh, like he could have been safe and then he got out. Like, it's not his fault because he didn't know about it. But never give up paymaster, bro. He was like, yeah. I was like, damn. But yeah, just that move was crazy to take out Jess.
Yeah, I would like to address before I'm not gonna point the finger at anyone. I did it entirely to myself. So there was a small part of me knowing how many twists and turns this game takes that I thought that like if you're the last person standing in like the circle, something bad would happen. And I was like, you know what? What if maybe if I'm like that second place in the circle, you know, maybe I'm saving myself from something. But then yeah, I did not get lucky in that safety chain, which again I did to myself because I got kind of quiet. Because I mean to say what I've already said, Giraffes, I'm not gonna try and bullshit you when you had to choose between me and Brandon. Brandon just said he tried to put a vote on you, and it was like, yeah, I did.
Born a giraffe, so
I
always gonna
did.
take you out.
And I'm not gonna bullshit you. I'm not gonna like try and like gaslight you. And I was like, I can't do that. So you know, I took my fate for it was staying down. But the other thing I wanted to address was when you're saying Jess R going out the time she did. Me and Johnny had a really funny conversation that sort of predates Jess R's elimination, where when I was thinking about if we lose, who to vote out, I was strongly considering Jess R, and Johnny had to talk me out of it because I said I think Jess R does really strong in comps, and I feel like when we're getting down to like 6 or 5 people, I feel like Jess R would be like one of those huge threats. And Johnny was saying, well, now that we're still a team, it'd be shooting us in the foot to take her out now. And I was like, you know what? You're right. And then when she got eliminated, I was like, you see, this puts me in like a weird place because I was like, on one hand, that's an
listen.
end game threat taken out. On the other hand, I was like,
Moral of the story, don't try to game the game. Johnny will be the first one to tell you. Never try to game the game. Never try to game the game. The game's gonna game you.
I learned that the hard way.
That was another one of my favorite moments this season, Johnny, was you admitting that shit to me. Do you want to quickly tell everyone what you thought?
Sure. Since you called me out, of course I will. All right, so as Dylan so eloquently stated, sometimes you can't outgame the game. So the comp where Dylan said, hey, why don't you take a cup, put a quarter in the bottom of it, freeze some water, and I'll see you at 8 p.m. So I have done a comp previously where you freeze water in a cup with a quarter, and the idea is you get the cup warm enough so that whoever gets the quarter out quickest wins. All right. So what I did was I chose the thinnest red cup that I could. So the idea being it's so thin that when it comes time for me to put heat on the cup, I win easily. However, that wasn't the comp because Dylan is a smart person. So I had the thinnest cup that was falling apart, and when it came time to stacking them, my cups were so thin, I knew immediately I was going to lose. There was also some confusion beforehand because I put like a regular cup on top, and Dylan was like, "What the hell is that?" I'm like, "Well, let me go get some more cups." So I tried to outwit him, and my preparations was an immediate loss. Like I knew I lost immediately, and I had to man up and tell Dylan that he outwitted me.
And I appreciated that because there's people that wouldn't do that. So I appreciated that in my heart.
Yeah, you got me. You got
me.
You got me.
Nothing but love, though.
Yeah.
When I saw all the live chats from the episode I was eliminated, at first I got really sad because I felt like I was being vilified. But you know, I as time went on, I learned to take it in good fun. And that's sort of what I.
So, Tyler, what did you think was the best move this season?
Ooh, chat. Sorry, y'all. I almost fell asleep. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Best move was Cheyenne taking out Johnny. I'm sorry, no shade to Johnny, but that was A++. I was like, Cheyenne's doing the thing for the girl. I said, all right.
Well, I think we got a tie here between Johnny going and Jess R going. So Prod, who thinks that it should be Jess R going as the strongest move? All right, we got 4 votes. So congratulations to Shelby. You had the best move of the season and the worst move of the season for taking out Jess R. Let's go to hero. Who did we think was the hero of the season? Chantel? Say again?
I couldn't really think of somebody who would be a hero. So yeah, no shade to y'all, but there was no heroes.
Keisha? How about I'll say this?
Give me a second. Let me think about it.
For me, Kyra was the hero because the entire season, Kyra was nothing but sweet. She was loyal to a fault. Kyra knew herself that taking Cheyenne and Shelby to the end was not the right move, but she still did it because she wanted to be loyal. And it's actually kind of funny that you actually had a really good shot at winning, despite doing things that were not best for your game to win. And I think that's just like a funny twist of fate of how this game is. Yes, go ahead, Jess.
I just want to say Johnny like single-handedly saved Debbie and Lucy like 3 times each, especially Debbie. So I feel like he's pretty good.
Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit, Jess. Fuck that shit.
Oh, I agree. That was very heroic.
Fuck that shit.
We're not production. Production's winning.
Yeah.
Isaiah, who did you
Jess,
think
you will be Cyclops.
Oh my god.
Why you saying fuck that shit,
Chill
Cody?
out, chill out, chill out. But
Cody.
what the hell? I ain't going cap. I don't think any of you were heroic for real. But if I did have to give someone the closest anti-hero, there's a couple of you I would put up there, but I guess I'm gonna just say Jess H because she didn't really beef with nobody. Seemed like she was very nice. She didn't really get too personal or anything. And we played Roblox together, you know, so shout out to her. But that's what I'm gonna say there.
Okay. Tyler.
After that disgusting comment, none of y'all really deserve hero of the season, to be completely honest. If I had to give hero of the season to anybody, it would be Brandon's omelets. That's it.
Yes. I'll take it. I'll take the
Okay. So I guess no.
Cosigning that.
All right. So the hero of the season, you know who the hero of the season is?
The viewers.
The
Shout out to
viewers
y'all for giving us all this
for
money.
watching. The viewers for watching.
Roar.
Roar. You know what? I'm actually gonna give it to the omelets. The omelets are
Yes!
funny.
I actually need to make a public apology because all season I've been saying they're omelets, but Cody actually called me out in the jury chat. They're actually just scrambled eggs. I'm sorry.
Scrambled.
I wish I had the clip. I wish I had the
Thank God you finally admit that shit. Thank you, Brandon.
Hey, KG called them an omelet the first day, and I never corrected him.
So we might have an easier time crowning this one villain of the season. So who was y'all's villain of the season? Keisha. Chantel.
Okay, so villain of the season award is gonna go to Shelby because she two fucks. She told y'all straight up, I don't like any of y'all. And yeah, she just savage and she was gonna be a manipulative bitch, and that she was, and I was living for it. And everybody hated her to the point that y'all had V for vendetta to the point is that you didn't see anybody else other than Shelby. And I'm not gonna play this game until Shelby is out. Oh my god. Villain of this Shelby.
I'm gonna agree because although from the outsider looking in, you would say, "Oh, Cody was the villain of the season." It's Shelby because yes, Cody had y'all pressed for a good chunk of the season, but y'all were pressed by fucking Shelby. Shelby had y'all like it was funny to watch, high key. So yeah, I would vote for as she straight up was like, "Fuck all of y'all" at one point. I was gagged. So yes, I would also vote for Shelby as the villain. Keisha?
I agree. I third that.
Isaiah?
I'm going to disagree. I feel like you need to be in some sort of position of power or have some kind of backing to be like a villain. And I feel like too many people are talking shit about her to be classified as a villain. So I'm actually going to give this to Debbie because I think Debbie talked a lot of shit.
She did.
And she was high key a menace this season. And like she kept going to the bottom, and then no one would. She didn't get voted out. And I just like Debbie made me laugh a lot this season. I'm not gonna lie, she was a great character.
Y'all couldn't get rid of her.
I love you so much, Debbie.
But I was a villain? Wow, okay.
But I love villains, Debbie. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I've never played
Debbie, you're not a villain at all. You were a cat with 9 lives, and I respect you.
I love villains personally, so take that as a compliment.
Thank you. No, I didn't realize I played as a villain. Okay.
Tyler, who do you think is the villain?
Do I have to choose just one, Dylan?
Who do you think? Let us know.
Oh, well, simple as much. The stars of season 12, Cody and Shelby. I mean, I'm sorry. They both equally, and this is no shade to you, Cody. Both of y'all, I could say this entire cast was just at both of y'all next the entire fucking season up to the time that y'all got eliminated. I mean, y'all were just, y'all hated the both of them. And then it was just funny to fucking watch. So yeah, Cody and Shelby.
And just to add one little point on that, I actually think it hindered a lot of your guys' games being so focused on Cody and Shelby.
Yes,
Because
yes, it did.
there was players like Johnny and Lucy that were playing both sides of the fence and doing it very well. And most of the time you can't play both sides in I Love Money unless there's people like Cody and Shelby that are taking the spotlight off of you and putting it on them. So and that was one of the reasons why Johnny wasn't trying to get Cody out immediately, was because he was taking that spotlight. Cheyenne, for winning the competitions, was taking that spotlight. So I definitely think, but overall, I think the villain of the season award is gonna have to go to Shelby.
It's gotta go to Shelby.
The villain. The next award that we are going to give out is Best Fight. My favorite fight of the season was Kyra versus Lucy. And the reason why I'm picking Kyra versus Lucy is the entire season, all we saw from Kyra was this sweet girl. And it was totally unexpected to see you go off the way that you did. So to me, that was the fight of the season. That was kind of like the climax of everything. Chantel?
Okay, so I'm gonna second that because I remember having a confessional with you and Kyra, and I was like, girl, you better not let those people play in your face. And I swear after I said that to you, you activated. You just activated. I said, yes, girl, you better do that. Expose the alliance. Don't make them call you a liar. You did that, and that was great. I was living for that whole fight.
Thank you.
Keisha?
I agree. Very much so, because that was a shocker. I was not expecting that.
Tyler?
Oh, 100% Kyra versus Shelby. I mean, not Kyra versus Lucy. I'm sorry. Child. Got Kyra versus Lucy. I'm telling you, Kyra, you gave me complete fucking life. You read her like a hymnal on Sunday fucking morning. You read her from her deflated boobs and everything. Girl, you read that hell. Go ahead. I loved it.
Isaiah?
My honorable mention will be Debbie versus Shelby because, my God, that was hilarious. But I'm actually going to give this award to Dylan versus KG. I laugh a lot at that fight. I had a good little chuckle every now and then, so I'll give you that award, Dylan.
Listen, I wish I was home so my audio would have been better. And I wasn't holding back, because if I had gotten to fight with him the way I wanted to, I would have read him on that talent show. I would have read him on wearing those hats every time he was on a live. It would have been a lot different. And y'all didn't even see the way that I was talking, me versus Miles. But I appreciate that award. Thank you. And then Crystal had wrote down her favorite fight was Shelby and Debbie, because it's funny when people say bitch. So I think the award has to go to Kyra versus Lucy for fight of the season. I will say, y'all were not that argumentative of a cast compared to other ones. Wasn't that many?
There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you for making our job not stressful.
Yes. The next award was most robbed. So this is the player that had a lot of potential or could have won the season and got booted. So Keisha.
Honestly, mine goes to Johnny, because I feel like Johnny plays a very specific type of game, which is very underrated, because he sees the game so much different than everybody else does. Like when we would do confessionals and he would bring up things that nobody else would think about that would factor into why he did what he did. I really was impressed by that. So I feel like he was definitely on track to win if Cheyenne didn't take him out when she did. So mine goes to Johnny.
Isaiah?
As the self-proclaimed leader in the chat of the Giraffes fan club, I'm going to give it to Giraffes. That cup stacking challenge that Giraffes left on was pretty. It was something. Once we saw Debbie accidentally didn't know how she was stacking the cups. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like Giraffes. I don't know. I felt like she made it to the next round. So I'm giving that to Giraffes.
Crystal also voted for Giraffes to get that award because she's a Giraffe stan. Chantel?
I'm with Keisha, and I said Johnny as well. I think that he was my winner pick from early on, and I had so much faith that he could have been the first male winner. So I really felt like he got so close, but unfortunately Cheyenne just said deuces.
And Tyler?
Well, honestly, it's going to go to two people, Johnny and Jarvis. Honestly, y'all both in the beginning played really like low key games, and not really saying much, not really being too much, and then Jarvis, something just ignited in you, and Johnny, something ignited in your ass too, and y'all both just went to fucking going in that game after your horrible demise. But y'all both most robbed. That's my opinion. Y'all both was most robbed, Jarvis and Johnny.
And for me, I would have to say, if I had to like pick a top three, I would put Jessar in there because I think had you survived that round, you would have made it very far in the game. You were a big threat. I would put Johnny in there because Johnny, you played an amazing game. Had one thing gone differently, I think you win it all. One thing. And then I would also have to put Giraffes in there too because of how that challenge shook out. And again, I think had one thing gone differently, I think you actually could have made it really far. It's just you were in a really bad situation alliance-wise. But ultimately, I think this award for most robbed has to go to Johnny. So congrats, Johnny, on winning the most robbed award. So I do believe that those are all of the non-awards. So first award I'm going to give out for cash. So now we're giving out cash prizes. We are going to give out a $25 fan favorite award. This is going to be the person that the viewers donated the most money for as their favorite. The top vote getters were, in no particular order, Cheyenne, Johnny, and Julius. But with $20 in his name, the winner of this award, congratulations to Julius. You have been named the fan favorite by the audience vote. Congratulations. And with that comes a cash prize of $25.
Nice.
So the next award is going to go to Mr. or Mrs. Congeniality. This is the player that we felt as a production team played with the most congeniality. So that means that you were caring, you were kind to people, you connected with people very well, and you maybe necessarily weren't playing for the win as much, but more so playing a genuine game. So the nominees for this award are going to have to be, in no particular order, is going to be Cheyenne, Jess H, Janae, and Kyra. But the winner of $25 and crowned Miss Congeniality is Kyra. Congratulations, Kyra. You are Miss
Let's go.
Congeniality.
Thank you.
No problem. The final award that we will be giving out for the night is the Player of the Season. Now, this is the player that production voted on as being our favorite to watch and the one that really played their heart out. Now, the winner cannot be given the Player of the Season award. So, the nominees for the Player of the Season are, in no particular order, Shelby, Johnny, and Cody. And the award of Player of the Season, winning an additional $50 cash prize, is, congratulations, Shelby. You have been awarded the Player of the Season prize. It was a roller coaster watching you play this game. You were in the bottom every fucking round. It was wild. I do have some more prizes to give out, but production doesn't know I'm doing this. So we did receive a lot of donations this season, and I would like to use some of that to say thank you to my amazing production team this season. So I want to give a $50 prize to Chantel for her amazing casting this season. Chantel, this would not have been the same without you. You got us a really big chunk of this cast, and I wouldn't have been able to put this all together without you. So thank you so much. Everyone else on production, I don't know the exact amount of money that's left over, but I'm going to be splitting the rest of this money up with the rest of you as a thank you for everything that you did. Keisha and Isaiah and Chantel for all the diary room sessions you did. Crystal for all the phone calls we did. Tyler for all your help getting the exit interviews and the after show together. V for always being that backup call we need for moderation. I Love Money truly would not be the same without you guys. So I guess that's pretty much it. So the way I want to wrap this reunion, it's kind of my take on Bad Girls Club. They always ask them at the end of the show, if you did it all again, what would you do differently? So I'm going to go down the line, and when I ask you this question, you can give me your answer and then give me your final thoughts for the season. So I'll start with Brandon. So Brandon, if you were to do it all again, what would you do differently? And what are your final thoughts on this season?
My final thoughts, I had an amazing time playing. I loved meeting a lot of these people. It was a great experience. I think I definitely learned a lot. If I could do it all again, what would I do different? The day Shelby messaged me and said, hey, do you want to flip on Cody? I guess I wouldn't have responded. Not because I didn't want to eventually flip on Cody, I did. But that's when I felt like I started getting messy with it. And from there, it was just a fucking roller coaster till I went out.
Thank you. Giraffes.
Oh, I mean, I would do it in a heartbeat again. And in all honesty, the only thing I can say, there's two things that I would have changed about my game. Number one, production can definitely answer this, agree with me on this one, as well as Just Stage a little bit. I bit my tongue a lot more than I normally do when I do these games. And anybody who has played a single game with me knows I was very quiet, knows that they were looking in, I was very quiet. So I definitely would not have been as silent as I was, because that's just normally not who I am. And, and the other thing, in all honesty, is I would have tried to maybe flip a lot sooner than I did. Is the only other thing I can think about changing. But in the end, it is what it is. I had fun. It was, like I said, I kind of was in retirement. I'm happy I'm back, and I can't And I can honestly say I'm happy this is where I came back to.
That warms my heart. Thank you. Debbie.
I would say what I would do differently was not make so many final twos because I had 4 final twos. We didn't even get to all my alliances. There are too many to count. So probably not having so many alliances. Yeah, so that's what I would do differently. Win a comp, clearly it would be something I would do differently. And final thoughts on the season. Yeah, I mean, I think I said it in my exit interview too. Like I really did have, despite not seeing eye to eye with everyone, I definitely loved meeting everyone on this cast and did feel like I made amazing friendships that I hope will transfer in real life. Some of you, we have plans to meet up in a few weeks, my Jersey friends. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Johnny.
Had a blast. Definitely would do it again. If I could redo something differently, it would definitely have been when you offered people to switch limos at the very beginning. I stuck around to be loyal, but I definitely felt like a lot more people had longer relationships because they had limos to draw back on. So I definitely felt like with 2 people not showing up in my initial limo, that put me at a disadvantage from the very beginning. So if I could have do it all over, I would have jumped ship like Julius did. I think it definitely benefited him. And yeah, that's what I would have done differently, but had a great time and definitely would do it again. And looking forward to my future friends.
Oh, thank you. I have to add in there. I fondly remember your final speech to everyone about why you say good morning to everyone. That's something that I'll always leave this season remembering. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. Jake.
I'll go with the only thing I'd change, because I wouldn't change a lot, because I love every single one of you. And yes, even you, Cody. I love you, big man. We're gonna talk after. All love. But the one thing I'd change is I would have cashed in my favor from Jarvis on the Invisible Paymaster night so that I could have maybe had him vote for Cheyenne. That would keep me off the block. I don't know if that would have worked, but I could have tried to use that. But if I had the time, I'd try and do that again. I'd try and do it again. But college is terrifying. So if I have time, I would love to play again and try and improve my spot.
Thank you, Jake. Alexis.
Wow. My thoughts on the season, it was really, really fun. It was a new experience for me. I think orgs are definitely something that I didn't see in my path to do. But I think it was a really fun experience. Something I would change if I were to play again is I would change the whole way I played the game. Just completely change the way I played the game. I would definitely reach out to people more, just because I feel like I didn't reach out to people. I was just only talking to people that messaged me first. And I was like, I think that also was a fault in my game that I did. So I would definitely do that. And I think I wouldn't be so upfront and like share any information that I get. Yeah, so I definitely would play the game a lot differently.
Fun fact about you, Alexis, by the way, after your interview, you were my winner pick for the season. So
Me too. You were mine too.
yeah.
Wow. And
So
I'm disappointed, guys.
it warms your heart a little bit.
It does.
So next up, Colin.
Yeah. What I would have done differently, I probably would have not been as passive as I was. I would have like probably been more upfront with the way I was voting on the one time I did get to vote. I would have I would have made more I would have tried to make more connections with the other team, because I didn't know that we'd be going into Circle Night so fast. And looking back, that I was the 8th person not voted out, but like the 8th person eliminated from the competition, I would have I would have played a lot harder if I had known my time was that limited.
Okay, thank you. Jarvis.
Yes, yes. Would I play again? Yeah, I had a lot of fun. There was a lot of anxiety actually. But I think for me, I would do a couple of things differently. I think for one, I felt like I was always behind the curve, and so that's why I was like under the radar, so to speak. Obviously, a lot of people were making alliances that I didn't even know about, and so I felt like I was always playing catch up during the game, and so that's one of the reasons why I probably didn't like really go into full gear until like the second portion, the last portion of the game. I think one of the things I probably would have done differently when I was paymaster, I probably would have took out Debbie instead of Shelby. I probably should have kept Shelby at that point and took out Debbie instead, honestly.
Interesting. I probably would agree with that actually. That's an interesting point.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Sorry, it's late. I just want to make one comment. In your exit interview, you said you would have taken me to the end because you thought you would have beaten me.
Yeah, that's true too.
So either way, I guess.
Well, past is the past.
Yeah.
Jess R.
So the thing that I'd probably change is the day that I overslept a bit and the Name That Tune challenge picks had to go and I was the captain. I should have swapped myself out for Queen Kyra, American Idol goddess, because I am not a musical queen at all. But because I was captain, I thought I had to, and that was just a slip up on my part. Maybe I should have not been captain, but at that time I just wanted to be a team player and I didn't want, certain people to be going again and again. And I don't know. I wanted to be captain. I wanted to show that I was here for the team. So as far as the game, this was a blast. Getting to know each and every one of you. You're all so different. And that's what I love about orgs. And I know I am taking away some long lasting friendships from this game, if not for the rest of time. So I'm thankful. And I would love to come back if given the opportunity.
Thank you. Next up, Juju, Julius.
Would I play again? Yeah, most definitely. And I guess I was probably like too emotional, I guess. Like I didn't think correctly most of the time. I was thinking based off emotions. So that's kind of like where like giving people the benefit of the doubt or, not voting them out probably when I should have was my biggest downfall.
I will say, Julius, that there was a lot of moments with you where I didn't understand your moves until after the fact, like a day later. And I really think that you could have won this game had you done one or two things differently. So don't be too hard on yourselves. You played a really good game and you were in a really key spot for a good part of it. So good job. We didn't get to talk to you too much tonight, so I wanted to just give you a shout out.
Thank you.
Cody, final thoughts? What would you do differently if you could do it all over again?
Get rid of Lucy.
Final thoughts on the season?
But that's what I said. I would have got rid of Lucy. Like Lucy would have been like someone that I got rid of Lucy. Period. Like Jessar, she was always about Lucy. And I was always like, no, I don't want to get Lucy in this group over here. But it was always Jessar. And now I understand that Jessar was against us from the jump. And so it's okay. It's cool.
you came against Cheyenne, Jessar. Like you were going against Cheyenne. Like that's my point. And then my thing was that it was like, okay, so now you want to bring Lucy into this group where you were against me
Hey,
and
bro,
Cheyenne.
You can't do just like that.
No, I have to. I
Oh,
have to put this
Cody,
way.
let's move on to the next person.
Cody, I won. Cody, I won. That shit didn't affect me. I'm not mad at Jess. Let's get over this shit. Like, it's not fucking big
And
deal.
I'm gonna be a little fair to Jess too, even though she was going to vote you guys out. She was trying to convince Lucy for a very long time. She was trying to convince Lucy to work with you guys. It's just the cards weren't there. The whole house
Listen,
was against you
I
guys.
am a loyal, I am a loyal as fuck motherfucker over here. And so if you guys don't get it, then I am loyal. And
Cody,
so
Cody, the
I am
game
loyal.
is over.
I got it, Cheyenne. I got it, Cheyenne. But like number one is that I'm loyal, and so she already came against you. So for
I
me,
am not mad. We are gonna fucking talk and it's fucking fine. And let's fucking go. Moving forward, what would you do differently?
nothing. Like my queen won. My queen won. Period. My queen won. If I didn't win, my queen won.
Cody, all I gotta say is you are a trip and you're amazing. That's what I'm gonna say. And
know.
I'm sending you love.
I know.
Cody, I love you for being so protective over me. It's okay. I love Jess still.
Hey, look, I'm protective over the
I
house.
just slapped her earlier. I was like, she's gonna win this game. Period.
And you will?
Period.
Just don't do that with me right now. So I'm protective over the house of Laganja and those who are real with us. And so if you can't be real with us, then you can't be in this house. And so like
Tomorrow we look, let's do Kyra. Let's talk about this
Kyra,
tomorrow. Okay?
Kyra, what would you if you did it all again, what would you do differently and what's your takeaway?
I regret doing this cheese. But I think that I'm sorry. I actually, you know what? I don't really have any regrets other than the fact that I did that bottle cap challenge outside, and that's why the cops were called on me. That's probably the only regret that I have. But I did go viral, and it was funny. So, but other than that, I think everything I did was fine because it led to me almost winning, and I just chose not to I chose not to, you know. But anyways, but yeah, I think that I had a lot of iconic moments. I don't regret anything. I'd probably if I could do this again, I probably wouldn't. This game gave me trust issues. I don't think that I don't think I'm cut out for this. I just wear those costumes and I just pop up and also Johnny, I'm so sorry about that water video. Where from my crotch, I'm so sorry. I never expected that to see the light of day again in this. I'm so sorry.
Kyra, I'm just gonna say this. You are cut out for this game. You almost won this game. You don't have to be a cutthroat person to do well. I've seen you actually remind me a lot of Nika, who won All Stars. Very loyal, very genuine, very sincere. So you did amazing this season and you never failed to make me laugh. And I
Listen,
appreciate that.
You literally, I don't care what anyone says, you did something that's gonna start a trend by you outing that chat and having people everyone's gonna use that move from now on. Mark my words, everyone's
Game
gonna use
changer.
that move. Everyone. So top notch.
And I guess our final word, Cheyenne. So obviously you won. So not a whole lot to change. But if you did do it all over again, is there anything you would do differently? And what's your final takeaway?
The only thing I would do is fight a little harder to keep Cody for longer because I was sad when he left. My takeaway, I enjoyed myself. It was really fun. I got to meet a lot of great people. I'm not mad at nobody fucking trying to take me out. It's a fucking game. That's what we came here to do. I'm not upset. Cody, I love you. And thank you, but I don't need you to protect me against something that happened freaking 30 days ago. I know it's fine. We're good. And yeah, thank you for having me, Dylan and Chantel. Thank you for finding me. I love all of you, Pride. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Is there anything else that we missed before we end out tonight?
Yes. I just want to say this is irrelevant, but I did do one of those anonymous messages. It was the second one that didn't make any sense.
Yes. Oh my God. It was that. What was it? Oh my God.
It
what-
was, hey everyone, you're wet and wild except for me. I prefer to stay dry. And then something about lotion those ashy knees, the color of our dusty ass founding fathers.
Yes.
And
That
then
didn't make any sense.
That was my
Lotion-
favorite bounty.
Yeah.
I thought giraffes did that.
Cheyenne.
It's Cairo.
Cheyenne.
It didn't
You
make
don't
any
need me to
sense.
protect you, and I'm not here to protect you. I'm just here to like definitely look out for you. And
I
so
know. I meant like you don't have to do that to Jess because we love Jess. Though. We love Jess. Though.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's who we are. I love you.
I love you
Like
too.
the fact that someone comes for you.
Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go.
Well, I think we all,
Let it
as a
go.
trend, said we had
Don't
fun
come
playing.
for somebody on this side. Do not come for nobody over here. If you do, guess what? You will be seen and you will be heard for. And that's what it is. You've already been seen. You've already been heard for. I see you. I see you all.
And we see you.
I
And
see
we
you
still
all. I see you all. Bullshit meter. Bullshit meter is gone. I saw you all from the start. Like,
Bro, the game over with. The game over with.
Yeah, game over, Cody. All I'm saying
hey,
is everyone had
Wars,
fun, and I
Wars
think we would all
continue.
play again.
Wars continue. I will see you.
All
I
I
will
see
see
is
you
like
in the
a
future.
starry
I will see
background
you
with
in the
the-
future. I will see you in the future. And your behavior in this game will relate to other games. I don't care. I don't, Johnny, look at your face, bro.
Are you
Like,
who are you talking to, Cody?
I don't care. I will see all of you in the future. I will see all of you in the future, and it will all relate to the future. How you behave here is how it
That's
will
how we got to
behave
ask
in the
what we would
future.
do something
Like if you want to behave that way here, that's how it will happen in the future.
Cody, who are you talking to?
Cody, who are you referring to, bro? It's not, y'all just let it go.
Yeah, Cody, who are you talking to?
I think we should wrap it up.
Yes. I have a question though before we leave.
Yes.
All right. So you know how the opening intro, are you gonna use that Kyra versus Lucy fight for the opening?
I might need to, actually. I might.
That's all I want to know.
Honestly,
that was
I was
funny.
wondering the same thing myself.
That's a pretty good one. I think so. It's a
She
pretty-
got a lot of one-liners out of me that I didn't know I had.
You did have a lot of good one-liners. I got to put something in there from this season. I think it's going to be that. All right. Well, I guess that ends another season of I Love Money. So viewers, I don't know when you'll be seeing from us next, but I do know there's a lot of you that are looking to come in for next season. So the application is open from this season. We are casting. So if you are looking to be the next inductee in the Hall of Fame to join Cheyenne, you can now apply for the next season of I Love Money. It's still going to be the season 12 application for now. So send your name in there. And then once we are casting, someone will reach out to you. There's a lot of ideas we have floating around. We're thinking of maybe doing a blood versus water season, a relative type deal, having loved ones fight against each other. We've never seen that before. I've thought about, I've come across the idea of maybe doing a mercenary type deal. There's a lot of ideas going on. Until then, we are planning on doing some one night only games, some minis. Those are always fun to do in the off season. So keep your eye out if you enjoy doing a one night stand, if you will. We have our shorter series, like our Trick or Treat. Those are always going to come back. Those 4-day games. So there's always going to be something new coming from I Love Money and DH1 Network. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to everyone this season for playing. You were all amazing. One of my favorite groups of people to host. Please keep up with me. I'm going to put my Snap in the chat. So if you want to keep up with everything I'm doing and watch me post drunk stories, then feel free to do so. And I will say, of all of my casts, I think this was the one that's most likely to do IRL meetups, and I would love to see it. So I guess for one last time, from outside the I Love Money Hotel and Casino, I'm your host, Dylan Andrews, and let the music play.
There's schoolwork in 10 seconds. Let's go.